It is the price. Why'd you run and hide? You can come inside. You're screaming my name. We're lost in the haze. Baby, tell me, are you entertained? You're saying my name, calling me insane. I'm running like a bullet to the brain, 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 brain. Welcome to the carnival, the freaks come out to play. Shut your eyes, hear the cries, yeah, we're the kings to play. Welcome to the carnival, you made a big mistake. You make us feel the freak show, scream and try to run away. Why'd you pull the trigger? You won't find the light in the smoke and mirrors. You're screaming my name, we're lost in the haze. Baby, tell me, are you entertained? You're saying my name, calling me insane. I'm running like a bullet to the brain, 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 brain. Welcome to the carnival, the freaks come out to play. Shut your eyes, hear the cries, yeah, we're the kings to play. Welcome to the carnival, you made a big mistake. You make us feel the freak show, scream and try to run away.
Okay, I see now.
Woof woofity woof woof.
Woof woof.
Sucking on my titty, 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 sucking on my titty, 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 sucking on my titties like you want me, be calling me like you want me, be calling me like you want me, be calling me, sucking on my titties like you want me, be calling me like you want me, be calling me like you want me, be calling me, sucking.
You're all adorable.
Fuck you.
Woof woofity
She
woof
is
woof.
having technical difficulties currently.
Just another fluffy dog girl going to woo.
I will woo you.
I'm the dog that will steal your voice, so be careful with what you say.
And poked during long afternoons when the sunlight filtered in through the cobwebbed above-ground windows, and a sense of security glowed from the unlocked door, which placed me only a few feet from the placid sidewalk outside. Nothing new rewarded my efforts, only the same distressing mustiness and faint suggestions of noxious odors and nitrous outlines on the floor, and I fancy that many pedestrians must have watched me curiously through the broken panes. At length, upon a suggestion of my uncle's, I decided to try the spot nocturnally, and one stormy midnight ran the beams of an electric torch over the moldy floor with its uncanny shapes and distorted, half-phosphorescent fungi. The place had dispirited me curiously that evening. I was almost prepared when I saw, or thought I saw, amidst the whitish deposits,
And you set up mortar strikes in all of your locations where the farms are. You actually have mortar strikes no matter where you go.
And as I watched, I seemed to see again the thin, yellowish
Kinky.
shimmering exhalation which had startled me on that rainy afternoon so many years before. Above the anthropomorphic patch of mold by the fireplace it rose, a subtle, sickish, almost luminous vapor, which, as it hung trembling in the dampness, seemed to develop vague and shocking suggestions of form, gradually trailing off into nebulous decay and passing up into the blackness of the great chimney with a fodor in its wake. It was truly horrible, and the more so to me because of what I knew of the spot. Refusing to flee, I watched it fade, and as I watched, I felt that it was in turn watching me greedily, with eyes more imaginable than visible. When I told my uncle about it, he was greatly aroused, and after a tense hour of reflection, arrived at a definite and drastic decision. Weighing in his mind the importance of the matter and the significance of our relationship to it, he insisted that we both test, and if possible destroy, the horror of the house by a joint night or nights of aggressive vigil in that musty and fungus-cursed cellar. On Wednesday, June 25th, 1919, with a proper notification of Carrington Harris, which did not include surmises as to what we expected to find, my uncle and I conveyed to the shunned house 2 camp chairs and a folding camp cot, together with some scientific mechanism of greater weight and intricacy. These were placed in the cellar during the day, screening the windows with paper and planning to return in the evening for our first vigil. We had locked the door from the cellar to the ground floor, and having a key to the outside cellar door, we were prepared to leave our expensive and delicate apparatus, which we had obtained secretly and at great cost, as many days as our vigils might need to be protracted. It was our design to sit up together till very late, and watch singly till dawn in 2-hour stretches. Myself first, then my companion, the inactive member, first on the clock. The natural leadership with which my uncle secured the instruments from the laboratories at Brown University and the Cranston Street Armory and instinctively assumed direction of our venture was a marvelous commentary on the potential vitality and resilience of a man of 81. Elihu Whipple had lived accordingly to the hygienic laws he had preached as a physician, and but for what happened later, would be here in full vigor today. Only 2 persons suspect what did happen, Carrington Harris and myself. I had to tell Harris because he owned the house and deserved to know what had gone out of it. Then, too, we had spoken to him in advance of our quest, and I felt upon my uncle's going that he would understand and assist me in some vitally necessary public explanations. He turned very pale, but he agreed to help me, and decided that it would now be safe to rent the house. To declare that we were not nervous on that rainy night of watching would be an exaggeration, both gross and ridiculous. We were not, as I have said, in any sense childishly superstitious, but scientific study and the reflection had taught us that the known universe of 3 dimensions embraces the merest fraction of the whole cosmos of substance and energy. In this case, an overwhelming preponderance of evidence from numerous authentic sources pointed to the tenacious existence of certain forces of great power, and so far as the human point of view is concerned, exceptional malignancy. To say that we actually believed in vampires or werewolves would be a carelessly inclusive statement. Rather, must it be said that we were not prepared to deny the possibility of certain unfamiliar and unclassified modifications of vital force and attenuated matter, existing very infrequently in 3-dimensional space because of its more intimate connection with other spatial units, yet close enough to the boundary of our own to furnish us occasional manifestations which we, for lack of a proper vantage point, may never hope to understand. In short, it seemed to my uncle and me that any incontrovertible array of facts pointed to some lingering influence in the shunned house, traceable to one or another of the ill-favored French settlers of 2 centuries before, and still operative through rare and unknown laws of atomic and electronic motion. That the family of Roulet had possessed an abnormal affinity for outer circles of entity, dark spheres, which for normal folk hold only repulsion and terror, their recorded history seemed to prove. Had not, then, the riots of those bygone 1730s set moving certain kinetic patterns in the morbid brain of one or more of them, notably the sinister Paul Roulet, which obscurely survived the bodies murdered and buried by the mob, and continued to function in some multiple-dimension space along the original lines of force, determined by a frantic calculation of the encroaching community. Such a thing was surely not a physical or biochemical impossibility in the light of a newer science, which includes the theories of relativity and intra-atomic.
Oops.
I'm pretty sure they can hit here.
One might easily imagine an alien nucleus of substance or energy, formless or otherwise, kept alive by imperceptible or immaterial subtractions from the life force or bodily tissues and fluids of other and more palpably living things into which it penetrates, and with whose fire it sometimes completely merges itself. It might be actively hostile, or it might be dictated merely by blind motives of self-preservation. In any such case, a monster must of necessity be in our scheme of things an anomaly and an intruder, whose extirpation forms a primary duty with every man not an enemy to the world's life, health, and sanity. What baffled us was our utter ignorance of the aspect in which we might encounter the thing. No sane person had ever seen it, and few had ever felt it definitely. It might be pure energy, a form ethereal and outside the realm of substance, or it might be partly material, some unknown and unequivocal mass of plasticity capable of changing at will to nebulous approximations of the solid, liquid, gaseous, or tenuously unparticled states. A amorphic patch of mold on the floor, the form of the yellow vapor, and the curvature of the tree roots in some of the old tales, all argued at least a remote and reminiscent connection with the human shape. But how representative or permanent that similarity might be, none could say with any kind of certainty. We had devised 2 weapons to fight it. A large and specially fitted Crookes tube operated by powerful storage batteries and provided with peculiar screens and reflectors in case it proved intangible and opposable only by vigorously destructive ether radiations, and a pair of military flamethrowers of the sort used in the World War in case it proved partially material and susceptible of mechanical destruction. For like the superstitious Exeter rustics, we were prepared to burn the thing's heart out if heart existed to burn. All this aggressive mechanism we set in the cellar in positions carefully arranged with reference to
So
the
I trap
cotton
at
chairs,
that door.
and to the
never
spot
mind.
before the fireplace where the mold had
Table.
taken strange shapes. That suggestive patch, by the way, was only faintly visible when we placed our furniture and instruments, and when we returned that evening for the actual vigil. For a moment, I have doubted that I ever even seen it in a more definitely lined form, but then I thought of the legends.
Cameras have
Our
valuable
cellar
stuff
vigil
in.
began at 10 p.m., daylight saving time, and
Thank
as
you.
it continued, we found no promise of pertinent developments. A weak filtered glow from the rain-harassed street lamps outside, and a feeble phosphorescence from the detestable fungi within showed the dripping stone of the walls, from which all traces of whitewash had vanished. The dank, faded, and mildew-tainted hard earth floor with its obscene fungi, the rotting remains of what had been stools, chairs, and tables, and other more shapeless furniture, the heavy planks and massive beams of the ground floor overhead, the decrepit blank door leading to bins and chambers beneath other parts of the house, the crumbling stone staircase with ruined wood handrail, and the crude and cavernous fireplace of blackened brick, where rusted iron fragments revealed the past presence of hooks and irons, spit, crane, and a door to the Dutch oven. These things, and our austere cot and camp chairs, and the heavy and intricate destructive machinery we had brought. We had, as in my own former explorations, left the door to the street unlocked, so that a direct and practical path of escape might lie open in case of manifestations beyond our power to deal with. It was our idea that
Hello, I'm
unforeseen
back.
nocturnal
Finally.
pursuits would call forth whatever malign entity lurked there, and that being prepared, we
So
could dispose of the
Eastern.
thing with one or the
I
other
see,
of
I
our
see.
provided means as soon as we had
Kirby
recognized
at the
and
door,
observed
Bobble.
it sufficiently. How long it might
That's
require to evoke and extinguish the thing, we had no notion. It occurred to us, too, that our venture was far from safe, for in what strength that thing might appear no one could tell. But we deemed the game worth the hazard, and embarked on it alone and unhesitatingly, conscious that the seeking of the outside aid would only expose us to ridicule and perhaps defeat our entire purpose. Such was our frame of mind as we talked far into the night, till my uncle's growing drowsiness made me remind him to lie down for his 2-hour sleep. Something like fear chilled me as I sat there in the small hours alone. I say alone, for one who sits by a sleeper is indeed alone, perhaps more alone than he can realize. My uncle breathed heavily, his deep inhalations and exhalations accompanied by the rain outside, and punctuated by another nerve-wracking sound of distant dripping water within. For the house was repulsively damp, even in dry weather, and in this storm, positively swamp-like. I studied the loose antique masonry of the walls and the fungus. Light and the feeble rays which stole in from the street through the screened windows,
Terminal's
and
gotta be
once, when the
somewhere.
noisome atmosphere of the place seemed about to sicken me, I opened the door and looked up and down the street, feasting my eyes on familiar sights, and my nostrils on the wholesome air. Still nothing occurred to reward my watching, and I yawned repeatedly, fatigue getting the better of apprehension. Then the stirring of my uncle in his sleep attracted my notice. He had turned restlessly on the cot several times during the latter half of the first hour, but now he was breathing with unusual irregularity, occasionally heaving a sigh which held more than a few of the qualities of a choking moan. I turned my electric flashlight on him and found his face averted, so rising and crossing to the other side of the cot, I again flashed the light to see if he seemed in any pain. What I saw unnerved me most surprisingly, considering its relative triviality.
As head of the town council, I call this meeting to order. In attendance this evening, we have Perry Owens, Gerald Spencer, Sylvia Cooper, and myself, Bert Strickland, as acting council head.
Bert, what is all this about?
For surely the circumstance was not in itself frightful, or unnatural. It was merely that my uncle's facial expression, disturbed no doubt by the strange dreams which our situation prompted, betrayed considerable agitation and seemed not at all characteristic of him. His habitual expression was one of kindly and well-bred calm, whereas now a variety of emotions seemed struggling within him. I think, on the whole, that it was this
Woof woof.
Meow meow.
variety which chiefly disturbed me. My uncle, as he gasped and tossed in increasing perturbation, and with eyes that now started open, seemed not one but many men, and suggested a curious quality of alienage from himself. All at once, he commenced to mutter, and I did not like the look of his mouth and teeth as he spoke. The words were at first indistinguishable, and then, with a tremendous start, I recognized something about them which filled me with icy fear till I recalled the breadth of my uncle's education and the interminable translations he had made from anthropological and antiquarian articles in the Rêve du Monde. For the venerable Eli Whipple was muttering in French, and the few phrases I could distinguish seemed connected with the darkest myths he had ever adapted from the famous Paris magazine. Suddenly, a perspiration broke out on the sleeper's forehead, and he leaped abruptly up, half awake. The jumble of French changed to a cry in English, and the hoarse voice shouted excitedly, "My breath! My breath!" Then the awakening became complete, and with a subsidence of facial expression to the normal state, my uncle seized my hand and began to relate a dream whose nucleus of significance I could only surmise with a kind of awe. He had, he said, floated off from a very ordinary series of dream pictures into a scene whose strangeness was related to nothing he had ever read. It was of this world, and yet not of it.
Locked tight.
A shadowy geometrical confusion in which he could be seen elements of familiar things in most unfamiliar and perturbing combinations. There was a suggestion of queerly disordered pictures superimposed one upon another, an arrangement in which the essentials of time, as well as of space, seemed dissolved and mixed in the most illogical fashion. In this kaleidoscope vortex of phantasmal images were occasional snapshots, if one might use the term, of singular clearness, but unaccountable heterogeneity. Once my uncle thought he lay in a carelessly dug open pit, with a crowd of angry faces framed by straggling locks, and three-cornered hats frowning down on him. Again, he seemed to be in the interior of a house, an old house. The details in the inhabitants were constantly changing, and he could never be certain of the faces or the furniture, or even of the room itself, since doors and windows seemed in just as great a state of flux as the more presumably mobile objects. It was queer, damn
Sweet.
and my uncle spoke almost sheepishly, as if half expecting not to be believed, when he declared that of the strange faces, many had unmistakably borne the features of the Harris family. And all the while, there was a personal sensation of choking, as if some pervasive presence had spread itself through his body and sought to possess itself of his vital processes. I shuddered at the thought of those vital processes, worn as they were by 81 years of continuous functioning, in conflict with unknown forces of which the youngest and the strongest system might well be afraid. But in another moment reflected that dreams are only dreams, and that these uncomfortable visions could be at most no more than my uncle's reaction to the investigations and expectations which had lately filled our minds to the exclusion of all else. Conversation also soon tended to dispel my sense of strangeness, and in time I yielded to my yawns and took my turn at slumber. My uncle seemed now very wakeful, and welcomed his period of watching, even though the nightmare had aroused him far ahead of his allotted 2 hours. Sleep seized me quickly, and I was at once haunted with dreams of the most disturbing kind. I felt in my visions a cosmic and abysmal loneness, with hostility surging from all sides while in some prison where I lay confined. I seemed bound and gagged, and taunted by the echoing yells of distant multitudes who thirsted for my blood. My uncle's face came to me with less pleasant associations than in waking hours, and I recall many futile struggles and attempts to scream. It was not a pleasant sleep, and for a second I was not sorry for the echoing shriek which clove through the barriers of dream and flung me to a sharp and startled awakeness in which every actual object before my eyes stood out with more than natural clearness and reality. I had been lying with my face away from my uncle's chair, so that in this sudden flash of awakening, I saw only the door to the street, the more northerly window, and the wall and floor and ceiling toward the north of the room, all photographed with morbid vividness on my brain in a light brighter than the glow of the fungi or the rays from the street outside. It was not a strong or even fairly strong light, certainly not nearly strong enough to read an average book by, but it cast a shadow of myself in the cot on the floor, and had a yellowish, penetrating force that hinted at things more potent than luminosity. This I perceived with unhealthy sharpness, despite the fact that 2 of my other senses were violently assailed. For on my ears rang the reverberations of that shocking scream, while my nostrils revolted at the stench which filled the place. My mind, as alert as my senses, recognized the gravely unusual, and almost automatically I leapt up and turned about to grasp the destructive instruments which we had left trained on the moldy spot before the fireplace. As I turned, I dreaded what I was to see, for the scream had been in my uncle's voice, and I knew not against what menace I should have to defend him and myself. Yet after all, the sight was worse than I had dreaded. There were horrors beyond horrors, and this was one of those nuclei of all dreamable hideousness, which the cosmos saves to blast an accursed and unhappy few.
Overactive sensors. Are you
Out of
attempting
the
an ambush?
fungus-ridden earth steamed up a vaporous corpse light, yellow and deceased, which bubbled and lapped to a gigantic height in vague outlines half-human and half-monstrous, through which I could see the chimney and fireplace beyond. It was all eyes, wolfish,
I recommend against
mocking,
hostile action.
and a rugose insect-like head dissolved at the top
Hostile
of a thin
sensor
stream
reading
of mist,
detected.
which curled putridly about.
Fuck you.
Stupid bots.
That bot's been active since 2020. Well.
And finally vanished up the chimney. I say I saw
was
this
in
thing,
error.
but it is
No
only
enemy
in...
detected.
That's what I did.
conscious retrospection
My
that I ever
scanners must be
definitely
detected.
traced its damnable
Curious.
approach to form. At the time, it was to me only a seething, dimly phosphorescent cloud of fungus loathsomeness, enveloping and dissolving to an abhorrent plasticity, the one object to which all my attention was focused. That object was my uncle, the venerable, who, with darkening and decaying features, leered and gibbered at me, and reached out dripping claws to rend me in the fury which this horror had brought. It was a sensitivity which kept me from going mad. I had drilled myself in preparation for the crucial moment, and blind training saved me. Recognizing the bubbling evil as no substance reachable by matter or material chemistry, and therefore ignoring the flamethrower which loomed on my left, I threw on the current of Crook's tube apparatus and focused toward that scene of immortal blasphemousness, the strongest ether radiations which man's art can arouse from the spaces and fluids of nature. There was a bluish haze and a frenzied sputtering, and the yellowish phosphorescence grew dimmer to my eyes. But I saw that dimness was only that of contrast, and that the waves from the machine had no effect whatever. Then, in the midst of that demonic spectacle, I saw a fresh horror which brought cries to my lips, and
Wish I
something
could show
thundered
you how
and
those
staggered
work.
toward that unlocked door to the quiet street, careless of what abnormal terrors I loosed on the world, or what thoughts or judgments of men I brought down upon my head. In that dim blend of blue and yellow, the form of my uncle had commenced a nauseous liquefaction whose essence eludes all description, and in which there played across his vanishing face such changes of identity as only madness can conceive. He was at once a devil and a multitude, a carnal house and a pageant. Lit by the mixed and uncertain beams, that gelatinous face assumed a dozen, a score, 100 aspects, grinning as it sank to the ground on a body that melted like tallow, in a caricatured likeness of legion strange and yet not strange. I saw the features of the Harris line, masculine and feminine, adult and infantile, and other features, old and young, coarse and refined, familiar and unfamiliar. For a second, there flashed a degraded counterfeit of a miniature of poor mad Roby Harris that I had seen in the School of Design Museum. And another time I thought I saw the raw-boned imagery of Mercy Dexter as I recalled her from a painting in Carrington Harris's house. It was frightful beyond conception. Toward the last, when a curious blend of servant and baby visages flickered close to the fungus floor where a pool of greenish grease was spreading, it seemed as though the shifting features fought against themselves and strove to form contours like those of my uncle's kindly face. I like to think that he existed at that moment, and that he tried to bid me farewell. It seems to me that I hiccuped farewell from my own parched throat as I lurched out into the street, a thin stream of grease following me through the door to the rain-drenched sidewalk. The rest is shadowy and monstrous. There was no one in the soaking street, and in all the world there was no one I dared tell. I walked aimlessly south past College Hill and Atheum, down Hopkins Street and over the bridge to the business section, where tall buildings seemed to guard me as modern material things guard the world from ancient and unwholesome wonder. Then gray dawn unfolded wetly from the east, silhouetting the archaic hill and its venerable steeples and beckoning me to the place where my terrible work was still unfinished. And in the end I went, wet, hatless, and dazed in the morning light, and entered that awful door in Benefit Street, which I had left ajar, and which still swung typically in full sight of the early householders to whom I dared not speak. The grease was gone, for the moldy floor was, and in front of the fireplace was no vestige of the giant doubled-up form. I looked at the cot, the chairs, the instruments, my neglected hat, and the yellow straw hat of my uncle. Dazedness was uppermost, and I could scarcely recall what was dream and what was reality. Then thought trickled back, and I knew that I had witnessed things more horrible than I had dreamed.
Perhaps my movement
Sitting down,
detected.
I tried to
Curious.
conjecture, nearly as sanity would let me, just what had happened, and how I might end the horror, if indeed it had been real. Matter it seemed not to be,
My scanners
nor
must be
ether,
malfunctioning.
nor anything else conceivable by mortal mind. What, then, but some
Sweet.
exotic emanation, some vampirish vapor, such as Exeter rustics tell of as lurking over certain churchyards? This I felt was the clue, and again I looked at the floor before the fireplace where the mold and the niter had taken strange forms. In 10 minutes, my mind was made up. Taking my hat, I set out for home, where I bathed, ate, and gave by telephone an order for a pickaxe, a spade, a military gas mask, and 6 carboys of sulfuric, all to be delivered the next morning at the cellar door of the shunned house in Benefit Street.
I was
After
in
that, I
error.
tried to sleep,
No enemy detected.
failing, passed the hours in reading and in composition of inane verses to counteract my mood. At 11 a.m. the next day, I commenced digging. It was sunny weather, and I was glad of that. I was still alone, for as much as I feared the unknown horror I
The
sought,
sensitivity of
there
my
was
sensors
more fear
clearly
in
needs
the
adjustment.
thought of telling anybody. Later, I told Harris only through sheer necessity, and because he had heard odd tales from old people who opposed him ever so little toward belief. As I turned up the stinking black earth in front of the fireplace, my spade causing a viscous yellow ichor to ooze from the white fungi which it severed, I trembled at the dubious thoughts of what I might uncover. Some secrets of inner earth are not good for mankind, and this seemed to me one of them. My hand shook perceptibly, but I still delved, after a while standing in the large hole I had made. With the deepening of the hole, which was about 6 feet square, the evil smell increased, and I lost all doubt of my intimate contact with the hellish thing whose emanations had cursed the house for over a century and a half. I wondered what it would look like, what its form and substance would be, and how big it might have waxed through long ages of life-sucking. Then arranging the great carboys of acid around and near 2 sides, so that when necessary I might empty them all down the aperture in quick succession. After that I dumped earth only along the other 2 sides, working more slowly, and donning my gas mask as the smell grew. I was nearly unnerved at my proximity to a nameless thing at the bottom of the pit. Suddenly my spade struck something softer than earth. I shuddered, and made a motion as if to climb out of the hole, which was now as deep as my neck. Then courage returned, and I scraped away more dirt in the light of the electric torch I provided. The surface I uncovered was fishy and glassy, a kind of semi-putrid congealed jelly with suggestions of translucency. I scraped further and saw that it had
Chained
form.
on the other side.
There was a
Overactive
rift where
sensors.
part of the
Nothing more.
substance was folded over. The exposed area was huge and
Sensor
roughly
readings detected.
cylindrical, like a mammoth soft blue-white snowflake, doubled in 2, its largest part some 2 feet in diameter. Still more I scraped, and then abruptly I leaped out of the hole and away from that filthy thing, frantically unstopping and tilting the heavy carboys and precipitating the
detected.
corrosive contents one after another down that carnal gulf and upon the unthinkable abnormality whose tight elbow blinding maelstrom of greenish-yellow vapor, which surged
Sensors indicating
tempestuously
concealed
up from that
organic
hole
life form.
as the floods of acid descended, will never leave my memory. All along the hill, people tell of the yellow day when virulent and horrible fumes arose from the factories in the Providence River. But I know how mistaken they
Why
are
are you
as to
hiding?
the source. They tell, too, of the hideous roar, which at the same time came from some disordered water pipe or gas main underground. But again, I could correct them if I dared. It was unspeakably shocking, and I did not see how I lived through it. I did faint after emptying the 4th carboy, which I had to handle after the fumes had begun to penetrate my mask.
Got it.
But when I recovered, I
Appears
saw that
to
the
be
hole was
nothing.
emanating
Perhaps my
no
sensors
fresh
need. Is
vapors.
someone present?
The 2 remaining carboys I emptied down without particular result, and after a time I felt it safe to shovel the earth back into the pit. It was twilight before I was done, but fear had gone out of that place. The dampness was less foded, and all the strange fungi had withered to a kind of harmless grayish powder which blew ash-like along the floor. One of the earth's nethermost terrors had perished forever, and if there be hell, it had received at last the demon soul of an unhallowed thing. And as I patted down the last spadeful of mold, I shed the first of the many tears with which I have paid unaffected tribute to my beloved uncle's memory.
Nice.
The next spring, no more pale grass and strange weeds came up in the old house terraced gardens, and shortly afterward, Carrington Harris rented the place. It is still spectral, but its strangeness fascinates me, and I shall find mixed with my relief a queer regret when it's torn down and make way for a tawdry shop or vulgar apartment building. The barren old trees in the yard have begun to bear small, sweet apples, and last year the birds nestled in their gnarled boughs.
The sensitivity of my sensors clearly
saw
needs
it
adjustment.
This isn't a confession. You can't prove a damn thing. So don't even try.
Contact detected?
I'll
Possibly.
deny my grave. I'm on my third drink for the evening
Fascinating.
anyways. And it's all weird with the drunk. That's when I start to feel anything these days. It's the same cycle. Weeks now. I drink, then I start to feel. And the fear comes over me. And then I drink some more until I pass out. Wake up, slog through the day, keep my head down, keep my chin up, don't draw anyone's attention, go home, repeat. One night a few weeks back, there was a man at my door. I answered, wondering what in the devil he was doing there at that time of night. I live in the end of my street, and there's no one around for quite a ways. Even the evangelicals that comb the neighborhood rarely make it all the way to my house. Help me,
Sweet.
he gasped, his blood-flecked lips quivering in the rain. His forearm was badly broken, bits of bone sticking through the skin. He was pale and drenched, the rain and blood dripping steadily from his haggard frame, pooling on my porch beneath him. There's been an accident.
Engaging hostile life form.
Can you help me? I nodded, dumbly, shocked at his state, then ran inside looking for my cell phone. But by the time I got back to the door with it, he was gone. The only sign of him, a trail of splattered red, leading down from my front steps and out into the front yard. I stood there, shocked for a moment, and then I put the phone away, slammed the door, and locked it. I don't know why. I was just scared, frightened by the whole affair. And some part of me, some damned selfish part of me, kept saying, it's okay. It's someone else's problem. He's gone. Forget about it. So, I poured myself a drink to ease my nerves. And then another. A few drinks later, I'd forgotten all about him. And a few drinks after that, I drunk myself to sleep. I woke up with my head throbbing. I'm not a heavy drinker. Well, used to not be one anyways. I stepped outside and noticed that there was no blood on my porch. I breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe the rain washed it all away, I thought. Or maybe it hadn't happened at all. I went to work, nursing my hangover. But I made it through the day. Came home, tried to relax. I'd slept poorly the night before, and my day took what energy I had left, so I decided early in the evening to call it a night. I was just about to go to bed when there was another knock at the door. I froze, looking over to it. My heart raced. I tried to laugh off my rising fear. It was just someone at the door. Nothing to be afraid of. But as my hand reached for the knob, I heard his voice. The same quaking shudder of a voice from the night before. I stood stone still as the sound of the noise. He shouted.
Why won't you help me?
I put my back to the door, bracing it, squeezing my eyes shut. This isn't real, I thought. It can't be. And after a few seconds, the knocking stopped, and it was quiet. I flung open the door, but there was no one there. No trace of blood or sign of his presence. Unsettled, I shut the door, locked it, and reached for a bottle.
Is someone there? I can hear you. Get me out of
And
this
so
thing.
it went for 4 more days.
Is someone in there?
Let me out!
Each night the same. The knocking.
Who are you?
What does that matter? Just let me out.
And each night I secured the door and waited until it stopped.
Let me open the door for you.
Yes, it's been so long. The door is stuck. You're gonna have to shoot it off.
I had enough.
My
I made a
legs
stiff
are so
drink as soon
stiff.
as I got home.
Everything's so
And
different.
then another after that
Guess
one.
I was in there for a really long
I had
time.
thought of nothing but the
Whoa,
events of the
it's
previous
nighttime and
week
it's
that
still
day.
kind of bright. It
So
was
naturally I
always
was
black and
anticipating
rich.
the knocking when it came again that night, confirming my paranoid fears. I
Hey,
was waiting
Billy.
for it.
Thank you so much.
I threw open the door on the first knock, and there he was.
So, what's the story with you in that fridge?
It happened so
Pale
long
face,
ago,
twisted
back before
from
everything got
grimace.
wrecked. When I heard the sirens,
before he
I
could
tried to
say
find someplace
anything,
safe. When everything started to
I
shake
leveled
and
my
fall apart,
shotgun
I
at
just
his
crawled
face
inside.
and pulled the
When it
trigger.
got quiet again, I tried to get out, but there isn't a handle on
head
the inside.
popped
I
like a
just want to
blister.
go home. Can you help
Fired
me?
a second time,
Please?
blowing his arm clean off and leaving a hole in his torso. Covered in his wet viscera.
Where did you live?
Shut the
Quincy,
door.
but I don't know how to get there. Everything's
I
so
wanna say I
different.
was in a
It's all
trance,
blown up.
that
I
was
just
on
want to find out what
autopilot,
happened to my mom
out
and
of my
dad.
head. But that's not true.
Then let's go find your home.
I knew
Thanks.
exactly
I live in
what
Quincy.
I was doing.
Or at least, I used to.
I was trying to
But
make a
I don't
point to
know how to
myself.
get there. Everything's so
See, I'm a
different. It's all
level-headed
blown
man.
up.
I don't believe in ghosts or the supernatural or anything like that. We live in a rational world, and I damn well wasn't going to sit back and let my head play tricks on me without fighting back. They say blood is hard to wash off. It's not true. His blood washed right off of me. One shower later, and I was good as new. So when I finished cleaning up and calming down,
Hey, Billy.
I
went
hope we
back
find
to
out
the
what
front
happened
door.
to my mom and dad.
I likewise expected there to be nothing there, as there had been no trace of him left from the previous nights.
cute kid. Hey, don't walk away.
Couldn't believe it when
Don't
I
let them
opened
hurt
the
me.
door. My brains slumped inside like a sack full of meat. I reached down and poked the corpse. It was solid. The porch was covered in blood and gore. Once more I panicked, and this time I did go into sort of a trance. The hours passed in a blur as I dragged the body around the back of the house, dug out a shallow grave, cleaned off the porch as best I could, and took another shower. And then I made another drink. Tomorrow the knocking would come again, I was sure. I hadn't just killed a man and buried him in my backyard. When I got home the next evening, I sat and waited anxiously. Any moment the knock would come. The man would come again, be at my door, waiting for me, asking for help. Maybe tonight I'd laugh, invite him in, ask him if he wanted a drink, I thought, sipping my own drink nervously. The minutes stretched out, and it felt like I'd waited an eternity. When it finally came, I breathed a sigh of relief as I rushed to the door. But it wasn't the man from the previous nights. It was the police. A car had gone off the road the night before. They wanted to know if I'd seen anyone. Maybe it was my drunken state that allowed me to lie so convincingly, but after telling them I knew nothing of it, they bade me a good evening and left. My pulse pounded in my head. This couldn't be happening, I thought. It wasn't real. The thoughts piled on one by one, and all I could do to quell them was keep drinking until I lost consciousness. I called in sick the next day. I checked my backyard, and sure enough, the grave I've dug was still there, still fresh. I dug him up, burned the body until it was ash. When I was done, I went back inside the house and numbly sat down. And since then, I can't feel anything. Not until I drink. Usually 3, sometimes 4.
They have guns! Run!
And it's only then that I start to feel it. The fear. See, I'm not afraid of ghosts. I don't believe in them. I've never believed in them. Probably in part because I was raised by my heavily superstitious mother. She made her living as a psychic, telling fortunes. She claimed that she had the sight, that she could see a person's fate before it happened. And she had a steady stream of gullible clients that kept a roof over our heads and food on our table.
They're gonna shoot us!
So I didn't make a big deal out of it. But like any kid, I rebelled against her and her beliefs. And when I left home, I found plenty of support for that rebellion. Psychics aren't real, right? No one can see the future, right? 'Cause now I'm afraid my mother wasn't faking it. That she really could see the fate of all those people who came to her. And I'm afraid. I'm so terribly damn afraid that now I can see it too.
Sensor alert. Anomaly detected. Contact.
These guys wanna kill us!
Jesus.
Of singular clearness, but unaccountable heterogeneity. Once my uncle thought he lay in a carelessly dug open pit, with a crowd of angry faces framed by straggling locks and three-cornered hats frowning down on him. Again, he seemed to be in the interior of a house, an old house apparently, but the details in the inhabitants were constantly changing, and he could never be certain of the faces or the furniture, or even of the room itself, since doors and windows seemed in just as great a state of flux as the more presumably mobile objects. It was queer, damnably clear, and my uncle spoke almost sheepishly, as if half expecting not to be believed, when he declared that of the strange faces many had unmistakably borne the features of the Harris family. And all the while there was a personal sensation of choking, as if some pervasive presence had spread itself through his body and sought to possess itself of his vital processes. I shuddered at the thought of those vital processes, worn as they were by 81 years of continuous functioning, in conflict with unknown forces of which the youngest and the strongest system might well be afraid. But in another moment reflected that dreams are only dreams, and that these uncomfortable visions could be at most no more than my uncle's reaction to the investigations and expectations which had lately filled our minds to the exclusion of all else. Conversation also soon tended to dispel my sense of strangeness, and in time I yielded to my yawns and took my turn at slumber. My uncle seemed now very wakeful, and welcomed his period of watching, even though the nightmare had aroused him far ahead of his allotted 2 hours. Sleep seized me quickly, and I was at once haunted with dreams of the most disturbing kind. I felt in my visions a cosmic and abysmal loneness, with hostility surging from all sides upon some prison where I lay confined. I seemed bound and gagged, and taunted by the echoing yells of distant multitudes who thirsted for my blood. My uncle's face came to me with less pleasant associations than
Is someone in there?
Let me
and I
out!
recall many futile struggles.
I'll open the door for you.
Yes!
It was
I can't
not
wait.
pleasant sleep.
My legs are so
And for a
stiff.
second I was not sorry
Everything's
for the
so
echoing
different.
shriek which clove
Guess I was
through
in there
the
for a
barriers
really long
of dream
Whoa. It's
and flung
nighttime
me
and
to a
it's still
sharp and
kind of
startled
bright.
awakeness in
It was
which
always
every
this black
actual
in the
object
fridge.
before my eyes stood out with more than natural clearness and reality. I had been lying with my face away from my
Hey,
uncle's
Billy.
chair, so
Thank
that
you.
in this sudden
Thank you
flash
so
of
much.
awakening, I saw only the door to the street, the more northerly window, and the
I'll
wall
take you
and
someplace
floor
safe.
and ceiling
I just
toward
want to
the
go
north of the
home.
room,
I want to find my
all
mom and dad.
photographed with
Then let's
morbid
go find your
vividness
home.
on my brain.
Sure.
Everything's so
The light brighter than the glow of the fungi or the rays from the street outside. It was not a strong or even fairly strong light, certainly not nearly strong enough to read an average book by, but it cast a shadow of myself in the cot on the floor, and had a yellowish, penetrating force that hinted at things more potent than luminosity. This I perceived with unhealthy sharpness, despite the fact that 2 of my other senses were violently assailed. For on my ears rang the reverberations of that shocking scream, while my nostrils revolted at the stench which filled the place. My mind, as alert as my senses, recognized the gravely unusual, and almost automatically I leapt up and turned about to grasp the destructive instruments which we had left trained on the moldy spot before the fireplace. As I turned, I dreaded what I was to see, for the scream had been in my uncle's voice, and I knew not against what menace I should have to defend him and myself. Yet after all, the sight was worse than I had dreaded. There were horrors beyond horrors, and this was one of those nuclei of all dreamable hideousness which the cosmos saves to blast an accursed and unhappy few. Out of the fungus-ridden earth steamed up a vaporous corpse light, yellow and deceased, which bubbled and lapped to a gigantic height in vague outlines half human and half monstrous, through which I could see the chimney and fireplace beyond. It was all eyes, wolfish and mocking, and the rugose insect-like head dissolved at the top to a thin stream of mist, which curled putridly about, and finally vanished up the chimney. I say I saw this thing, but it is only in conscious retrospection that I ever definitely traced its damnable approach to form. At the time, it was to me only a seething, dimly phosphorescent cloud of fungus loathsomeness, enveloping and dissolving to an abhorrent
How the fuck are they alive again?
The Enclave is all over the place because of a mission earlier.
I killed everyone there.
No. They have people just kind of spread throughout the Commonwealth now.
Yeah, but I killed them here already.
plasticity, the one object to which all my attention was focused. That object was my uncle, the venerable Elihu Whipple, who, with blackening and decaying features, leered and gibbered at me, and reached out dripping claws to rend me in the fury which this horror had brought. It was a sense of routine which kept me from going mad. I had drilled myself in preparation for the crucial moment, and blind training saved me. Recognizing the bubbling evil as no substance reachable by matter or material chemistry, and therefore ignoring the flamethrower which loomed on my left, I threw on the current of Crook's tube apparatus and focused toward that scene of immortal blasphemousness, the strongest ether radiations which man's art can arouse from the spaces and fluids of nature. There was a bluish haze and a frenzied sputtering, and the yellowish phosphorescence grew dimmer to my eyes. But I saw that dimness was only that of contrast, and that the waves from the machine had no effect whatever. Then, in the midst of that demonic spectacle, I saw a fresh horror which brought cries to my lips and sent me fumbling and staggering toward that unlocked door to the quiet street, careless of what abnormal terrors I loosed on the world, or what thoughts or judgments of men I brought down upon my head. In that dim blend of blue and yellow, the form of my uncle had commenced a nauseous liquefaction whose essence eludes all description, and in which there played across his vanishing face such changes of identity as only madness can conceive. He was at once a devil and a multitude, a carnal house and a pageant. Lit by the mixed and uncertain beams, that gelatinous face assumed a dozen, a score, 100 aspects.
Dad?
Grinning
Are you in
as
there?
it sank to the ground on a body that melted like tallow. A caricatured likeness of Legion, strange and yet not strange.
It's really me.
I saw the features of the Harris line, masculine and feminine, adult and infantile, and other features, old and young, coarse and refined, familiar and unfamiliar. For a second, there flashed a degraded counterfeit of a miniature of poor Mad Goby Harris that I had seen in the School of Design Museum. And another time I thought I saw the raw-boned imagery of Mercy Dexter as I recalled her from a painting in Carrington Harris's house. It was frightful beyond conception.
Hi.
Thank you there, in the house. I want those ghouls, especially that kid. You can give him a peaceful life, or die trying to save him.
Why does he want me?
Oh my god.
And strode to form contours like those of my uncle's kindly face. I like to think that he existed at that moment, and that he tried to bid me farewell. It seems to me that I hiccup farewell.
They want Billy!
They won't take us, Carol.
As I lurched out
At
into
least
the
not
street.
alive.
A
Billy,
thin stream of
get
grease
upstairs.
falling through the door to the rain-drenched sidewalk. The rest is shadowy and monstrous. There was no one in the soaking street.
How about I sell them to you?
I don't think so, stranger. Why should I buy what I can take?
Oh, God. Don't let them take Billy.
We're tall, modern imperial things guard the world from ancient and unwholesome wonder. Then gray dawn unfolded wetly.
Who's out there?
Hill.
Okay, keep calm, or you're probably nothing.
In Benefit Street, which I had left ajar, and which still swung quickly not speak. The grease was gone for the morning floor, and in front of the fireplace was no vestige of the
I'm gonna be sick.
I looked at the cot, the chairs, the instruments, my neglected hat, and the yellow straw hat of my uncle. Dazedness was uppermost, and I could scarcely recall what was dream and what was reality. Then thought trickled back, and I knew that I had witnessed things more horrible than I had dreamed. Sitting down, I tried to conjecture nearly as sanity would let me just what had happened, and how I might end the horror, if indeed it had been real. Matter it seemed not to be, nor ether, nor anything else conceivable by mortal mind.
Thank you for bringing us back our little boy, and saving us from that man.
Some vampirish vapors, such as
So, how did you end up as ghouls?
We didn't make it to the shelter in time.
The door was shutting as the bombs fell. We both must have taken a lot of radiation.
I guess we were some of the lucky ones. Most folks die instead of becoming ghouls. Must be something in both our genes.
So that's why you guys look like me.
Yeah, Billy. That's why. Although it's really more why you look like us.
We wandered for a while, but eventually came back here. We've been living here ever since. Not really anywhere else to go.
Let me thank you. Take this.
At 11 a.m. the next day, I commenced digging. It was sunny weather, and I was glad of that. I was still alone, for as much as I feared the unknown horror I sought, there was more fear in the thought of telling anybody. Later, I told Harris only through sheer necessity, and because he had heard odd tales from old people which opposed him ever so little toward belief. As I turned up the stinking black earth in front of the fireplace, I spade, causing a viscous yellow ichor to ooze from the white fungi which it severed. I trembled at the dubious thoughts of what I might uncover. Some secrets of inner earth are not good for mankind, and this seemed to me one of them. My hand shook perceptibly, but I still delved, after a while standing in the large hole I had made. With the deepening of the hole, which was about 6 feet square, the evil smell increased, and I lost all doubt of my own contact with the hellish thing whose emanations had cursed the house for whatever century they have. I wondered what it would look like, with its form and substance would be, and how big it might have waxed through the long pieces of blood. In arranging the great carboys of acid near two sides, so that when necessary I might empty them all down the aperture in quick succession. After that I got earth over the long slower, and donning my gas mask smelling. I was nearly unnerved.
I'm just so hungry all the time.
Suddenly my spade struck something soft. I shuddered. I made a motion as if to come out of the hole. Then courage returned, and I sprayed away more dirt in the light of the electric torch I was riding. The surface I uncovered was fishy and glassy, kind of semi-putrid congealed jelly with suggestions of translucency. Scraped further and saw that it had formed. There was a rift where part of the substance was folded over. The exposed area was huge and roughly cylindrical, like a mammoth soft, woody white slate, doubled in two, its largest part some 2 feet in diameter. Still more, I screamed, and abruptly leaped out of the hole and away from that filthy thing. Frantically unstopping, tilting the heavy cardboards, and precipitating the corrosive contents one end knocked down and upon the unthinkable abnormality whose tightened elbow seemed. Blinding maelstrom of greenish-yellow vapor, which surged tempestuously from that hole as the floods of acid descended, will never leave my memory. All along the hill, people tell of the yellow day when virulent, horrible fumes rose from the factories in the Providence River. But I know how mistaken they are as to the source. They tell, too, of the hideous one, which at the same time came from some disordered water line or gas line on the ground. But again, I could correct them if I dared. It was unspeakably shocking. I did not see how I lived through it. I did faint after emptying the 4th cardboard, which I had to handle after the fumes had begun to penetrate my mask. But when I recovered, I saw that the hole was emanating no fresh vapors. The 2 remaining cardboards I emptied down without particular result. And after a time, I felt it safe to shovel the earth back into the pit. It was twilight before I was done, but fear had gone out of that place. The dampness was less fetid, and all the strange fungi had withered to a kind of harmless grayish powder which blew ash-like along the floor. One of the earth's nethermost terrors had perished forever, and if there be hell, it had received at last the demon soul of an unhallowed thing. And as I patted down the last spadeful of mold, I shed the first of the many tears with which I had paid unaffected tribute to my beloved uncle's memory. The next spring, no more pale grass and strange weeds came up in the Shannon House terraced gardens, and shortly afterward, Carrington Harris rented the place. It is still spectral, but its strangeness fascinates me. And I shall find mixed with my relief a queer regret when it's torn down to make way for a tawdry shop or vulgar apartment building. The barren old trees in the yard have begun to bear small, sweet apples. And last year, the birds nestled in their gnarled boughs.
I saw it coming. This isn't a confession. You can't prove a damn thing. So don't even try. I'll deny it to my grave. I'm on my 3rd drink for the evening anyways. You can't trust the word of a drunken man. And that's when I start to feel anything these days. The 3rd drink. Sometimes it takes 4, but usually 3 will do. It's the same cycle every night. I drink, and I start to feel. And the fear comes over me.
Weapons hot.
And then I drink some more.
Jesus.
Yeah, assault crimes are evil. So are sentry bots.
I've got to hand it to you, General. You really turned things around for the Minutemen. I never thought I'd see the day that the Minutemen had artillery support again. We should see about building them at all our settlements to expand our coverage. And Ronnie Shaw returns. She's something else, isn't she?
You can't prove a damn
Yeah,
thing.
she definitely knows how to take charge.
Ha! That's a bit of an understatement from what I hear. I'd heard stories about her from the old-timers, but I didn't know she was still around. The fact that she's come back to the Minutemen means we must be doing something right. I'll let you know if I hear of any settlements that need our help. In the meantime, make sure to offer help to anyone that needs it. That can only help our cause.
Sometimes it takes 4, but usually 3 will do. It's the same cycle every night for weeks now. I drink, then I start to feel. Then the fear comes over me. And then I drink some more until I pass out. Wake up, slog through the day, keep my head down, keep my chin up, don't draw anyone's attention, go home, Pete. One night a few
Need to
weeks
get back to
there was a
Diamond
man
City
at
one
my
of these
door.
days. Biggest town I ever saw.
I answered it, wondering what in the devil he was doing there at that time of night. I live in the end of my street, and there's no one around for quite a ways. Even the evangelicals that call my neighborhood rarely make it all the way to my house. Help me, he gasped, his blood-flecked lips quivering in the rain. His forearm was badly broken, bits of bone sticking through the skin. He was pale and drenched, the rain and blood dripping steadily from his haggard frame, pooling on my porch beneath him. There's been an accident. I need help. He winced. Can you help me? I nodded, dumbly, shocked at his state, then ran inside looking for my cell phone. But by the time I got back to the door with it, he was gone. The only sign of him, a trail of splattered red, leading down from my front steps and out into the front yard. I stood there, shocked for a moment, and then I put the phone away, slammed the door, and locked it. I don't know why. I was just scared, frightened by the whole affair. And some part of me, some damned selfish part of me, kept saying, it's okay. It's someone else's problem. It's gone. Forget about it. So, I poured myself a drink to ease my nerves. And then another. A few drinks later, I'd forgotten all about him. And a few drinks after that, I drunk myself to sleep. I woke up with my head throbbing. I'm not a heavy drinker. Well, used to not be one anyways. I stepped outside and noticed that there was no blood on my porch. I breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe the rain washed it all away, I thought. Or maybe it hadn't happened at all. I went to work, nursing my hangover. But I made it through the day. Came home, tried to relax. I'd slept poorly the night before. My day took what energy I had left, so I decided early in the evening to call it a night. I was just about to go to bed when there was another knock at the someone at the door. Nothing to be afraid of. But as my hand reached for the knob, I heard his voice. The same waking shudder of a voice from the night before. I stood stone still as he pounded on the door. He shouted.
Why won't you help?
I put my back to the door, bracing it, squeezing my eyes shut. This isn't real, I thought. It can't be. And after a few seconds, the knocking stopped, and it was quiet. I flung open the door. There was no one there. No trace of blood or sign of his presence. Unsettled, I shut the door, dropped it, and reached for my wallet. And so it went, for 4 more days, each night the same. The knocking, the horrible man at my door, the cries for help. And each night I secured the door and waited until it stopped, and then drank myself. By the 7th night, I'd had enough. I made a stiff drink as soon as I got home, and then another after that. I'd thought of nothing but the events of the previous week that day. So naturally I was anticipating the knocking when it came again that night, confirming my paranoid fears. I was waiting for it. I threw open the door on the first knock, and there he was, battered, hanging over the side, pale face twisted into a grimace. Before he could say anything, I leveled my shotgun at his face and pulled the trigger. His head popped like a blister, and I fired a second time, blowing his arm clean off, leaving a hole in his torso. Covered in his wet viscera, I shut the door. I want to say I was in a trance. I was on autopilot, out of my head. That's not true. I knew exactly what I was doing. I was trying to make a point to myself. See, I'm a level-headed man. I don't believe in ghosts or the supernatural or anything like that. We live in a rational world, and damn well I was going to sit back and let my head play tricks on me without fighting back. They say blood is hard to wash off. That's not true. This blood washed right off of me. So when I finished cleaning up and calming down, I went back to the door. I likewise expected there to be nothing there, as there had been no trace of blood from previous nights.
What's that?
I couldn't believe it when I opened the door. My remains slumped inside like a sack full of meat. I reached down to poke the corpse. It was solid. The porch was covered in blood. Once more I panicked, and this time I did go into sort of trance. The hours passed in a blur as I drugged the body around the back of the house, dug out a shallow grave, cleaned off the porch as best I could, and took another shower. And then I made another drink. Knowing it would come again, for sure. I hadn't just killed a man and buried him in my backyard. When I got home Wednesday, I sat and waited anxiously. Any moment, the knock would come. The man would come again, be at my door, waiting for me, asking for help. Maybe tonight I'd laugh, and invite him in. Ask him if he wanted a drink.
Someone there!
Minutes stretched out. Felt like I'd waited an eternity. Finally came. It's a sigh of relief as I rushed to the door. But it wasn't the man from the previous nights. It was the police. A car had gone off the road the night before. They wanted to know if I'd seen anyone. Maybe it was my drunken state that allowed me to lie so convincingly. After telling them I knew nothing of it. Good evening. My pulse pounded. This couldn't be happening. It wasn't real. The thoughts piled on one by one, and all I could do to quell them was keep drinking until I lost consciousness. Called in sick the next day. I checked my backyard, and sure enough, the grave I dug him up, burned the body until it was ash. When I was done, I went back inside the house and sat down. Since then, I can't feel anything. Not when I drink. Usually 3, sometimes 4. And it's only then that I start to feel. See, I'm not afraid of ghosts. I don't believe in them. I've never believed in them. Probably in part because I was raised by my family's superstitious mother. She made her living as a psychic, telling fortunes. Claiming that she had a sight, that she could see a person's fate before it happened. She had a steady stream of gullible clients that kept a roof over our heads and food on our table. So I didn't make a big deal out of it. But like any kid, I rebelled against her beliefs. And when I left home, I found plenty of support for that rebellion. Psychics aren't real, right? No one can see the future, right? Because now I'm afraid my mother wasn't faking it. That she really could see the fate of all those people who came to her. And I'm afraid. I'm so terribly damn afraid. That now I can see it too.
Gonna find you soon, human! Gonna splatter your brain!
The one in Pirate's Cove. Written by a friendly hunter, too. Narrated by Otis
Go
Clark.
ahead and hide, little bleeder!
Chapter 1. Getting to Work. Day 1. Pretty fozbears, huh? I say as I see the big help wanted sign.
I can
posted
smell
on
you
the front
out
door.
there!
It was a pizzeria that was hot.
So stupid!
Chronic characters were loved deeply by all the children that went there every day. In fact, I used to come here all the time when my father used to work here as an evening security guard. I would sit in Pirate's Cove and listen to the animatrons in there for hours. I learned his skit by heart. I loved it so much back then. But now, I don't know if it would have the same effect. Yeah, what the hell. The pay's terrible, but at least it's something, I say as I walk inside, hearing a bell ring as the door opens and closes softly. I could instantly hear the band singing their nostalgic songs like Freddy's Fun Times and the famous Bonnie's Birthday Bash song. Then they would begin talking to themselves and the audience casually about
Buttercup
60 years
stuff
and to
is needed by a certain settlement helping you big caps for all those parts.
and I tell her I'm here to apply for the night shift job as the night guard. She calls the owner, who prefers being the one to get employees acquainted, and she says he'll be here soon. I thank her and decide to look around to see
All
what's
of those
changed.
parts are worth money.
Quite immediately, I could tell this was the same old restaurant that I used to love as a kid. Until, well, I went excitedly into Pirate's Cove. Out of order? Oh, that sucks, I say as I look at the small stage curtain concealing the animatronic inside. These kids are missing out, I say as I look at the reservation board to see how long this has been out of order. Since 1987. That's when I was 4. This has been out of order for 16 years, I say, outraged. My favorite animatron has been broken and forgotten behind that curtain for 16 years, and no attempt has been made to fix it. That's ridiculous, I say. Indeed it is, I hear someone say from behind me. It was the owner. I remember you. You're Tyler, right? Your dad used to work here before he changed jobs. I nod. Yep. I'm here to accept the job of night guard duty. Well, the job's yours. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have even bothered showing up. You know how the security systems work. They haven't changed since your dad worked here, whether that's for better or for worse. And I know you're very good with kids. You babysat my daughter just a few nights ago. Wow, thanks, I say before looking toward Pirate Cove. Hey, I'm pretty good with robots and stuff, I begin. Could I maybe repair this animatron? The owner smiles. Maybe you He pauses for a moment, his smile fading. Actually, only repair the stage brats, not this one. Why? I ask. Safety precaution. He can electrocute you, he states firmly. I can do this professionally. I won't get shocked, I say. Besides, after 16 years, I say this guy needs to be revived, right? The owner ponders for a few moments, then shrugs and agrees. Yeah, it might do him some good. He leaves me to my own devices and leaves the
Yeah, there's a certain settlement called the Slog, where there's a settler that'll buy Giddy up Buttercup.
Well, you're still alive. That either means you haven't gone after those super mutants yet, or...
His show begins to start, and I'm already ready.
Those super mutants won't be bothering you again.
I guess you were the right person for the job, huh? Thanks, friend. By the way, we've decided to support the Minutemen. We've got to help each other if we want things to get better.
His broken jaw was messing with the syncing on the audio file. I power him down and go into the backstage area to get some tools. After getting properly freaked out by the heads inside, I quickly leave the backstage and return to the cove with the tools and some red cloth and a few of Foxy's spare limbs I found down in the basement.
To randomly have artillery placed all over the Commonwealth, because why not?
And hoping I could do it right. Her face was broken and his mouth hinges. I tighten it a bit and make sure it's nice and snug. I raise and lower his jaw a few times to listen for squeaks. Oh, there are loads. So I add some oil until it stops. With his jaw finished, I quickly tightened up his droopy eyelid, but it was still visibly crooked. Instead of worrying about this, I settled for the fact that it was minor. I sew up all the holes in his chest and replace his claw with a brand new and shiny one. I fixed his eye patch control and began sewing up his pants, but the day was over. It was time for work. I say goodbye to everyone as they leave, and I stay behind to help the janitor clean a bit. An hour before the janitor leaves, I listen to the entire Pirate Cove skit, and I feel as happy as I did so many years ago watching it. I cleaned some of what seemed like pizza stains off of Foxy, and then said farewell to the janitor. Time for lights out. Night 1. I turn the power off to everywhere except the security room, sit down, and watch the camera. I see 4 pre-recorded messages on the phone, and I decide to listen to one of them. The man on there talks about safety, regulations, and about how the animatronics move around. After that, it starts to escalate pretty quickly. Something about animatronic free roam and the bite of 87. Then, he said something that made me understand why people didn't want this job. If the animatronics found me, they would kill me. My heart drops. Once the message ends, I check the cameras, and I see that Barney had moved off the stage and onto the dining room floor. I jump as I suddenly see him. He looked much creepier in the darkness. I look at the Pirate Cove map, and I almost scream. Foxy was staring at the camera through a small opening in the curtains at me.
Five Nights at Freddy's.
It was 6 a.m.
On the radio.
I look at the cameras, and I see that everyone was back in their original spots, including Barney. This free roaming thing was no joke. As I leave, I can hear faint rustling coming from Pirates Cove and then silence. I began walking faster as I walked straight out the front door and greet the morning watchman. He was incredibly surprised to see me, and so was the janitor. What was I getting myself into? Day 2. I honestly didn't want to come back. I thought about it for a long time. I could have just said that I wasn't interested in a job, that I wanted to do something better with my time for more pay. But I didn't. I came back. And as I walked through the door, all I could remember was how Barney and Foxy had actually moved by themselves. Nevertheless, I made a promise to fix Foxy. So I was going to do it. I entered the Pirate's Cove and see the curtain drawn back. No evidence whatsoever that Foxy was peering through it. As I open it, he's in a far corner, the same one he is always in. Some of the tools I used yesterday that I forgot were even still in the same place. I'm fixing my potential killer. Just my luck, I say as I begin trying to touch him up again. I replace his hand, but his replacement doesn't fit properly. So I had to put on one of the suit. His legs had no replacement, so I let me order them. Troubling since they didn't make them anymore. It would be hard finding the parts to completely replace them. Having any luck, the female salesman behind me. It was the greeter from the front door, presumably on break. This guy's beat up bad, and the spare parts might fit him this last time. Oh, those are from the new model. They made him slightly smaller, she says. I can tell, not even close to fitting, I say as I grunt in frustration, as I get his artificial wing back into its metal socket. I throw the spare hand to the side. She watches me work for a while, fixing the hinges, mending the welds, replacing the safety. She seems impressed. What'd you learn to do that? She asked. I taught myself, I said. I loved this place so much when I was little I decided to build animatronics for a living. Even this old stuff from the 80s is pretty simple to fix. It's just bulkier. Did you come here a lot when you were little? She asks. Every day. My father worked here. I smile as I remember the memories. But it wasn't the place that kept me from coming back. It was the Pirate's Cove. I look up at Foxy. I came because I thought Foxy was the best one, and his simulated voice is great. It sounds just like a pirate. So that's why you wanted to fix them up so badly, she says, finally figuring it out. That's sweet. I blush. And a grown man can still like animatronics no matter how creepy they look when you are older. Now pause for a minute. Except Foxy, he still looks really cool. Honestly, the damage makes him look cooler. I love it. It does, doesn't it? She says, smiling before standing up. Anyways, I need to get back on my shift. Nice talking to you. You too, I say, before trailing off and getting lost in the process of the repairs. I swear, if you kill me after all this work I've done, I'm going to be very, very mad. I turn to pick up a tool, and I hear Foxy's hand move. I quickly look up at him, and his hand is resting on my shoulder. Look up at him. You aren't even on. I jump back as his neck jab snaps, causing his head to fall and look directly at me. Shit! I fall backwards. What am I even doing here? I should just... I get up and look towards the door and then back at Foxy's. I look down and grip my head. What am I doing? I say loudly. I look up and sigh and walk up behind Foxy to inspect the damage. Wow, that's why it broke. It was so rusty and decayed. I chuckled weakly. Probably just coincidence. I replaced the joint. Have to take off his head momentarily to get it back onto place. Yeah, I can see how getting stuffed into one of these will kill you, I say, remembering the message from last night. I wipe some of the oil from his joints on my jeans and putting away the tools. I sigh, shakily. Time to get to work, I say as I close the curtain to Pirate's Cove. Chapter 2. Foxy Awakens. Night 2. I sit in my security room, not wanting the janitor to leave, not wanting to have to turn off the power, but I had to. Wish the janitor a pleasant night, and then head to the security office. Listen to the next message on the recorder. So, you made it tonight too. I stopped listening as I checked the cameras. Chica was gone. I go to the dining room cam and find her staring at the camera off in the distance. Oh my God, I say as I jump. I check the other cameras to make sure nothing is wrong. Foxy was staring at me from behind the curtain again. Make sure you keep an eye on Pirate's Cove. The animatronics seem to be unique, as in he seems to only attack if you don't watch him from the cameras from time to time. Luckily, he's broken, so you can hear him coming if he does. Shit. I fixed his squeaky leg joints today. I keep the cameras on him for a few seconds, but then I quickly begin to look for where Chica went. I see that Bonnie has wandered into the backstage area, and I jump when I see him right in front of the camera, staring into it with dead black eyes. I call in. I lower my camera screen and look to the right and see Chica staring at me from behind the window. Oh my God! I yell as I hit the door control, closing it. There have the words. Let's eat. More terrifying in my entire life in that singular moment. I flashed the lights to see if it was still there. It was. I ignored it. I began searching frantically for Bonnie. Find him anywhere. Is he? Where is he? Where in the hell is he? I find him. He steps right from my door. Big with me. I turned to Chica, still in front of the window, and yelled, "Leave!" I could hear that heavily distorted laugh of Freddy Todd there. I remembered that I'm supposed to check Pirate's clothes every once in a while. However, once I do, I noticed one thing. Foxy was gone. I switched to the hallway cam to see Foxy running down the hall. Before I close the camera, however, I hear something that sounds like pained breathing. I lower my camera to see Bonnie right in my face. Chica was trying to bite me through the window, and then I hear the sound of running. I cover my eyes and hear a terrible sounding scream of one of the animatronics.
Did you not have enough to build a big generator?
My chair gets pushed and rolls roughly to the back of the room, making me hit my head on the back wall. I slowly look up, rubbing the back.
See, that's where those cameras come in handy. Those
Need
cameras
to
have
level up
crystal in
more.
them. Oh, that too.
See Barney lying on the floor with its entire face torn off, trying to get up with Foxy standing over him. Foxy looks at me. Foxy! I say, scared out of my wit. No! No, 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 no. I try to back away from him as far as possible. He takes a few steps towards me. Please, no. Don't kill me. I'll do whatever you want. Anything. I press even further against the wall. I cover my ears as I hear an incredibly strange laugh from the kitchen camera. I begin to have a panic attack. Foxy looks at the cameras, back to me, and quickly grabs my hand and drags me out of the security room. No, please, no, please, you can't do that. Okay. I begin yelling, but Foxy puts his hooks to my throat to silence me.
I've had trouble
Tears
sleeping
form
ever
in my
since.
eyes as he drags me all the way into Pirate's Cove and closes the curtain behind him. I fall on the ground, ruffling.
I'm worrying that maybe
Get onto my knees.
I'm good enough father.
Could it
It's
take
grown-up
me here?
stuff.
I think
One day
they're gonna find me stuffed in soup, and
is
then they'll
wrong.
try to cover it up like nothing
Just
even
want to make sure
happened.
you're okay is all.
I jumped
Son,
onto the
I
ground and
promise
covered
you,
my eyes,
I've
waiting
never
for
been
death.
better. You and your
Never
sister
can.
and your mother are all healthy,
Slowly,
happy, and that
very
makes
slowly,
me
look
very
up.
happy too.
Scared
Now,
at seeing its eyes, its face. The animatronic I loved was now the animatronic I feared most. It was across from me, its face obscured by the shadow cast by the curtain. But its eyes, they were glowing, white and yellow. I try to speak, to tell him why, but I can't form any words. I'm scared stiff. Only 2 a.m. I had to spend another 4 being stuck with an animatronic in a dark room where I could barely even see. My only light was the soft light being created by the multitude of glowing dark stars hanging everywhere. They were even printed on the curtain using some sort of reflected material. Yar, matey, welcome to the Pirate's Cove, he says slowly. I cover my eyes.
Just a heads up, you realize you don't need the power pylons if you have...
Pirate's crew, landlubbers. He was repeating his skit to me slowly. I was mouthing it silently.
the lights.
I see plenty
Because
of
they
bright
can
and
act just
exciting
like a
faces
power
today.
pylon.
Ready for exploring, he says, taking another step. I look up at him. Who's gonna be my trusty first mate today, lads? Don't be shy now. His claw shining in the low light. He stops his recording there. He extends his claw towards me, and I cower away from it. He looks at his claw, and then extends out his hand instead. Come on, laddies. Don't be shy of old Foxy, he says. He only said that if no one said the words that triggered the next part of his skit, or grabbed his hand. What do you want from me? I finally blurted out. He just looks at his hand and back to me. Then he says something I've never heard him say before. You remember me, right, matey? Yes. You're the little tyke that was always a bopping and a hopping in here first thing every morning, with the smile on your face and the sparkle in your eye whenever you saw this old hunk of junk.
But if
Right?
we don't get enough rest, the work will suffer.
Yes,
I give you my word.
I say,
You and the kids
tears
will
my
never
eyes.
go hungry again.
I
won't let
am.
that happen.
You really have changed.
Aye, 'twas what I thought. He put his hand over my shoulder, just like this morning. Never forgot old Foxy, did you? Never gave up on me, aye?
Okay.
No, I never did. I wipe my eyes. I never did, I repeat. Foxy picks me up off the floor gently. I'm too scared to fight back. You're the only person in this world that hasn't ever given up on me. You're even fixing me up. He laughs for a few seconds. I haven't laughed in ages. My troublesome jaw prevents me. You're grateful? You won't kill me? I say slowly. Kill ye? Why would I go and do that, Mickey? How could I kill my favorite little mermaid? It embraces me slowly. I couldn't kill you. Not when you're the only person that still believes me. He holds the hug for a few seconds before letting go and backing off a few steps. Thank you for everything you're doing for me. I smile. Yawn. You're okay, matey, he says to me. Yeah, I'm just tired. I yawn again. Throughout the rest of the night, I stayed inside Pirate's Cove. Foxy claimed the others were waiting right outside the room to make their move, so if I wanted to stay in here, it would have to be an all-nighter. 'Tis been long, it has. How old are ye now? He asks me. 20, I say. You grew up so fast. You could really be my first mate now. You understand the effort it takes to maintain me, aye? He asks. Yes, I understand completely. Sorry about taking your head off earlier, I say apologetically. Foxy chuckles. 'Twas nothing. You did it for me. I talked to Foxy about how he got so beaten up, but he refused to talk about it no matter what I said to him. He also avoided the very important question. Have you killed anyone? Also, now that he could move freely, I was able to get some parts inside the exoskeleton with relative ease, so he allowed me to do some more repairs on him. Apparently, it was ticklish to him. Do you think you're ready to perform for the kids again? I ask him. He looks at me for a few moments before saying, What if they make fun of poor old Foxy like they used to? I frown. You gotta take it and just ignore it. You won't be able to please everyone. Just like how Bonnie, Chica, and Freddie can't please everyone with their songs. They don't? Foxy asks, puzzled. I thought everyone loved those traitors, he says angrily. No, I know a lot of people that outright hate them, me included. I smiled at him. I only like it here because of you. I extend my arms, asking for a hug. He hugs me back weakly, probably afraid that he would hurt me. Then he says, Matey, 'tis 6 o'clock. He lets go of me, gets back to his previous position. Go get some sleep, lad. I'll be here when you come back. I rub my eyes and look towards the door. I'm too tired to go home and sleep. I'm gonna sleep here, I say, softly. Foxy smiles. Go ahead and do that then, matey. I lay down in one of the cushioned chairs, and I am out like a light. Nightmares fill my sleep, but Foxy saves me from those too.
Chapter 3, The Bite. Day 3. Hey kid, wake up! I hear someone say as I'm ripped from my current and into the real world. I wake up the chill. I look and see it was the owner of the establishment. I get up quickly and look at him. Oh, hey boss, I say weakly. Why are you sleeping in here, and what the hell happened to Bonnie? He says. My heart sinks. That's right. Foxy tore Bonnie's face off. That's a few facts. Oh, he got damaged while in free roam mode. He looks at me skeptically. In the security room? Where you were supposed to be? He says. No matter what I say, he doesn't seem to believe me. As he leaves, he tells me he's very surprised that I survived Bonnie entering the room I was in. He knows they're killing people and he doesn't care, I think. So, What are you gonna do? The greeter says as we sit down in the dining room. Her name is Jessica. She sips her coffee. I take a small sip of my tea. Oh no, I say. The owner says that they could fix Barney, but they weren't because they're replacing him once this place shuts down and reopens
Hey,
next month.
looking for Diamond
So
City?
they just
follow the
replacement
signs.
down and are leaving him off during the day. Is that true? She asks. Is what true? I said. Is it true Foxy saved you? I heard from the people managing the kitchen. They saw Bonnie's damage and Foxy's clothes. I said, yeah, it's true. He saved me. We even talked. He remembered me. Her eyes opened wide. You kidding me? They're just robots. Are you telling me he actually talked to you? Yes, I am. I can show you. Come on. I said, are you sure about this? She asks. He's not supposed to be on during the day. She grabs my shoulder as I reach for the curtain. He's already on. He's just sleeping, I say. I can wake him up, I said. Just be careful. You know about the book she reads, but I know what I'm doing. Foxy wouldn't hurt anyone, I say as I open the curtain, revealing Foxy with him. Foxy, you paying attention? I say as I step up on the stage. Light through the curtain activates you.
What do you mean you can't open the gate?
Be careful, Tyler.
Stop playing around, Danny. I'm standing out in the open here for crying out loud.
Wake up.
I got orders not to let you in, Miss Piper.
Wake up, buddy.
I'm
It's
sorry.
okay.
I'm
You
just
can
doing
count
my
on
job.
her. She's a friend.
Ooh, just doing your job. Protecting Diamond City means keeping me out, is that it? Oh, look, it's the scary reporter.
I'm sorry, but Mayor McDonough's really steamed, Piper. Saying that article you wrote was all lies. The whole city's in a
Get
tizzy.
out of her grasp and take out a screwdriver. I'll show you.
You open this gate right now, Danny Sullivan. I live here. You can't just
I remember
lock
what
me
you said
out.
this feels like, Foxy. Foxy begins to vibrate.
Open this
What are
gate
you?
right now.
Jessica begins, but then backs away as Foxy's eyes open. Stop it, matey. That tickles.
You.
Foxy says as he
You want into Diamond City, right?
jumps backwards off the stage. He falls on his knees as one of his
I
close
just
friends
got here, but
snaps.
yeah.
Foxy, I say as I run and get him back on his feet. I'll get the
What's that? You said you're a trader up from Quincy? You have enough supplies to keep the general store stocked for a whole month?
He says as he looks out at Jessica. She smiles.
You hear that, Danny? You gonna open the gate and let us in, or are you gonna be the one talking to crazy Myrna about losing out on all the supply?
Jeez, all right. No need to make it personal, Piper. Give me a minute.
As of late.
Better head inside quick before old Danny catches on to the bluff.
She looks at me. Unsure of what to do. I bet them
You first.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
I haven't ever seen you. Then again, I
Piper,
haven't been
who
fully
let you
on
back
in
inside?
16 years.
I told Sullivan to keep that gate shut.
Jessica
You
smiles with
devious,
Fox's
rabble-rousing slanderer. The level of dishonesty in that paper of yours. I'll have that printer
Ooh, that a
scrapped for
statement, Mr.
parts.
McDonough? Tyrant mayor shuts down the press.
I've fallen and
Why don't we ask the newcomer? You support the news? Because the mayor's threatening to throw free speech in the dumpster.
I can understand us, Jessica says.
Always believed in freedom of the press.
Oh, I didn't mean to bring you into this argument, miss. No. You look like Diamond City material. Welcome to the great green jewel of the Commonwealth. Safe, happy, a fine place to come. Spend your money. Settle down. Don't let this muckraker here tell you otherwise, all right?
Say in frustration. I'll take that.
What are you two arguing about anyway?
What do you think? Print lies and everybody's happy, but if you print the truth...
I've been wondering something.
Now, was there anything particular you came to our city for?
Last night you called the other animatronics.
I'm trying to find someone.
Trying to find someone? Who?
Foxy freezes
My baby boy, Sean. He's less than a year old.
Wait, your son's missing? You hear that, McDonough? Is Diamond City Security just gonna stand by while a mother searches for her infant son all on her own?
Don't listen to her. Well, I'm afraid that our security team can't follow every case that comes through. I'm confident that you can find help here. Diamond City has every conceivable service known to man. One of our great citizens can surely find the time to help you.
A mayor of a great city must know everyone. Who can help me?
Well, there is one private citizen, Nick Valentine, a detective of sorts who specializes in tracking people down, usually for debts or whatnot. Now, I have to get going. I'm sorry, Diamond City Security doesn't have time to help, but I'm sure Mr. Valentine charges a reasonable fee.
This is ridiculous. Diamond City Security can't spare one officer to help. I want the truth, McDonough. What's the real reason security never investigates any
I've had enough of this, Piper. From now on, consider you and that little sister of yours on notice.
Yeah, keep talking, McDonough. That's all you're good for. I'm impressed. Not everyone can claw information out of McDonough's tight-fisted hands. Why don't you stop by my office after you see Valentine? I think I just found my next story.
I blocked her path, and she started making fun of me. And the Golden One was talking to me inside me head, telling me some awful things. And it was making me angry. I was confused. I was scared at what he could do to me, and that's what he wanted me to get. Angry. He pauses for a few moments, looking at Jessica and then to me. I bite the girl. Her friend, begins clawing at my legs, trying to get me to let go of her. Crying. The mother runs out and hits me with
Is your
her
neighbor really human?
breaking
Read all
each
about
arm
it.
and causing me to let go of the girl, I believe. But to damage was
Anyone is
the girl
one of
wasn't
those
dead, but
things.
she would
It's
never
that
be the same.
secretary of his, her and her
He twitches
perfect
slightly.
hair.
That a real
Later
vault
that
suit?
night,
Secretary,
after they
come
killed me, he was
on,
security.
I cut her hair myself,
They
and
come
I
to
know
me
human
with a
hair.
cold,
That's just
notice me
it,
later.
Johnny. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Everyone else may be closed, but Diamond City Surplus is open 24 hours a day.
And have a grand old time.
Let's see what you have.
Oh, goody.
And once I'm nice and shattered, Freddy comes up to me and says, "You'll never be loved again," before turning me off and stuffing the body into me. Jessica gasps. They must have removed the body very shortly after. It would have been easily visible through the tears in your fur, I say. Aye, they did, and that was the only time I ever had a body inside me. The others, they love it, but I don't. I don't like it at all, Foxy says, sighing. Jessica comes up to him, and he looks up at her. There's a long pause before she comes up and hugs him, saying, "I forgive you." "What?" Foxy says. "I forgive you for what you did to my sister," she says slowly. Foxy leans back a bit, then hugs her tighter, a visible look of sadness in his face. I'm sorry. Sorry for what I did to you and your sister. I smile. Forgiveness was always a good thing. Night 3. Fuck it. If someone really wants to break in here, they can get eaten for all I care, I say as I go into Pirate's Cove. Foxy, wake up. It's time to go. Foxy awakens from a slumber, looking at me. What do you mean, matey? You are coming with me into the security office, so I have some Foxy.
Sometimes you gotta
What's
wonder.
with you vault dwellers in those jumpsuits, huh?
Institute has to have enemies, right?
What? You mean the railroad? Well, that's a fairy tale, man. They don't exist.
Nah, I heard from my cousin. He knows a guy that works for him. They got a code phrase and everything. Follow the Freedom Trail.
The hell is that supposed to mean? You're full of it, and that kind of talk is gonna get you snatched up by the scent.
Confined to the restaurant. Foxy yells as his legs lock up as he left his designated area. He falls straight onto the ground. I drag
You talked to the security guards at the beginning, right?
I yell
His
as I'm able to
ties.
get him through the door.
Oh, no.
I quickly slam the door and lock it before they can get through. However, Chicka's leg had locked up his leg. Only Freddy was at the door watching me with a kind
Newcomer,
of
huh?
expression like he had.
Talk to Abbott at the wall.
Kind of.
Freak. I always hated your music. They yell at me through the glass. I look back at Foxy and see him struggling.
Don't move, synth. What have you done with the real Riley? Where's my brother?
I swear, I'm not a synth. Don't shoot, for God's sakes, we're family!
It's like on the outside, eh?
Put the gun down, now!
He's a synth! He'll kill us all!
Kyle, no!
Okay, show's over. There are no synths in Diamond City, hear me? Just you folks and your damn paranoia.
He'd figure it out if I showed him around. But due to the fact that he was
Officer?
I need you to step away, Scabber.
I decided that we should stay.
Excuse me.
Want to go sit?
He pulled a gun on me.
Like I say, it's right around
My own brother.
park. He asks, "What's a park?"
What happened?
I'm not a synth. I told him. I kept telling him. Why didn't he listen to me?
Tis so much more.
I need a minute.
Outside,
Hey,
Foxy said,
told you to move along. Find somewhere else to gawk.
"'Tis a sight to see all of these."
I understand, officer. I just want to know what happened.
What, you didn't hear the shouting? Guy pulls a gun on his own brother, thinking he's a synth. It's that newspaper's fault. Got people all riled up, thinking their own family might be replaced by machines. Look, I'm sorry you got caught up in all this, but it's over, okay? Just go about your business like nothing happened. Better that way. What's everyone still standing around for? Go back to your own damn business.
Ears go completely limp, falling down behind him, making the look of a sad animal. Hey.
Excuse me.
My God.
Always come out here.
God.
I have to stay inside, or else the animatronics could escape, or at least Freddy could escape. I have to be the bait. Foxy looks at me worryingly. I hope you don't think like that all the time. I'm fine, Foxy. I'm okay with it. I don't want them to kill anyone I care about, or anyone for that matter. I hug them. It will be fine. I look at my watch. Let's get back to the restaurant. It's almost morning. I begin walking, but Foxy stays where he is. I turn to him, folding my arms. He speaks up. "Will you promise me that I'll see this place again?" he says. I smile. "I promise, bud. You'll see this place again." I grab his claw, and I began leading him back to the restaurant. Chapter 4. Violence is Golden. Day 4. Time, 7:55 a.m. Ah! I yell as I wake up from another nightmare. I check the clock inside. It's only been another
Head on
10
inside.
minutes since I last went to sleep.
So, you're that trader Piper was talking about. Something tells me she's pulled the wool over my eyes
And it
again.
didn't help my already
Am I right?
destroyed sleep schedule at all. If the animatronics weren't going to
Piper's done this before.
All the time. Thing is, sometimes she's bluffing, and sometimes there really is a group of 50 raiders just over the hill screaming for blood. So I usually just let her in. Not this time, though. Mayor's on the warpath. Anyway, welcome to Diamond City and all that. I gotta get back to work.
I stumble around my room, finding my employee clothes and lazily throwing them on.
Officer.
Got a question?
Yeah,
Drop the
you
cell.
go around the corner here.
I shamble into the kitchen and get a bagel out of the
Nope,
pantry.
nope, too
I
far.
grab my house phone and call up Jessica, chewing on the bagel as I dial her number. She picks up almost immediately.
Can't
Hello?
talk.
Tyler?
All this chatting is gonna tarnish my tough cop persona.
That's me. I say groggily. "You okay?" she asks worryingly.
It must have.
I don't sleep at all.
It
Just
must
through
have
the gate and up the stairs.
I also think I'm starting to see things.
registered
I
and
said
he
as I
left.
sit down in the living room. Well, The hours are murdered. No pun intended, she says. I hear the sound of keys opening a door.
There was another
She had just
bodyguard
unlocked
here
the
when
doors
you
to the
walked in.
pizzeria.
He's gone now.
The hours aren't the only thing that are murder, I say. That's why I feel silly for her. Ah! She screams at the top of her lungs, and then all I hear is the phone hit the ground and then turn off. I jump at her scream, and then when the phone cuts out, I just stare at the phone. Then I move. I quickly run out my front door and get on my bike. I had to get to the pizzeria, and fast. Time, 8:24 a.m. I run through the doors of the pizzeria and find Jessica's cell phone. The screen was cracked.
I hear there's a bar in the old theater district that's for raiders only.
It looked like it had been
Combat
stepped on
zone.
by a very
I'd
heavy
stay
foot.
clear if I was you.
I look around the dining room and see a clear sign of struggle. Chairs were thrown about. The neatly aligned
I'm telling
birthday
you,
hats on
it
the
ain't just a
tables
story.
were either crushed
University
or on
Point,
the floor
that
after
settlement on the
the
coast,
was leading
wiped
into the
out
back room.
by synths.
No, I say as I run for the back room. Jessica! I yell. But before I get to the back room, the blood trail turns and heads for Pirates Cove. Chica was standing in the doorway. She was in free roaming mode. Chica noticed
Yeah,
me
the guards
and
of
her head
Diamond City will
focuses
give
on
you
me,
random
and
places
she
on the map to go visit.
Her head twitches, making her jaw that was unhinged shake around freely. Then she charges at me. Whoa! I shout as I quickly duck and roll under the nearby
Something
table
wrong?
and get up on the
Another
other
stray
side.
coming in from the raid.
Chica lifts her arm into the air and
Afraid you're
smashes
too
it right
late.
through the table,
Office is
and turning
closed.
it into splinters while leaving a reasonably sized dent in her arm. Let's eat plenty.
I know you must be busy, but I won't take much of your time, miss. It's important.
You're right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude, but it's just... The detective... He's gone missing.
But it gave me enough time to get away.
Don't worry, I can help. Tell me what happened.
Nick was working a case. Skinny Malone's gang had kidnapped a young woman, and he tracked them down to their hideout in Park Street Station. There's an old vault down there that they use as a base. I told Nick he was walking into a trap, but he just smiled and walked out the door like he always does.
And into the back room. I quickly grab my flashlight and go in.
Who's this Skinny Malone character?
I don't know much about him, but he's from Good Neighbor, and that means he's in the well-pressed suits and machine gun school of thuggery.
Torn shirt to use as a bandage.
You said Malone's from Good Neighbor?
Yeah, it's a tough neighborhood. Northeast a ways. People with power there care about two things: style and body count.
But Jessica calls out for him. Her voice trailing.
I'll find him. You have my word.
Thank you. Nick should be easy to spot. He's always wearing that old hat and trench coat getup. Please, hurry.
Grimacing at the pain. Foxy moves to support her into a chair, carefully lifting her and Chica got a good bite out of your leg, aye? He worriedly says as he looks at her leg. She looks at him. No, it's not too bad. It just stings. I think she broke one of my toes after I got knocked down and tried to push her away. Then I got cut by her teeth. Foxy applies pressure as Jessica wraps the leg. He was careful to be incredibly gentle. He didn't want to hurt her on accident. How was your sister? He asks quietly. What was she like? Jessica pauses and looks up at him, letting out a deep breath. She was my best friend, she says slowly. I was always with my sister. She was the oldest, and I looked up to her so much. After the bite, well, she just wasn't the same person. She pauses, and tears swell up in her eyes, but she wipes them away. After the bite, she just ceased to really be. She was still there and everything, but she never remembered anyone or thought of anything, and never talked in more than just gibberish. It was as if everything that made my sister was just gone. Foxy is silent as Jessica wraps her leg with the torn material he gave her. Once she finishes, he sits down next to her, glad that nothing inside of him was breaking anymore, thanks to Tyler's continued maintenance. Foxy Foxy looks up at the dangling glow-in-the-dark stars that hung everywhere in his little cove. He always wanted something a little egg-like. Then, there's Chico. He gets up quickly and heads for the door. When he's about to open it, he looks back at Jessica and says, "I got to go help Tyler. Will you be all right?" "Yeah, I'll be okay in here. Just please make sure to close the door," she says as she gropes her leg. Foxy nods and heads outside to confront Chica, making sure to close the door as he left. I feel around in the darkness around
There's
me,
a couple
listening
things
for
in here.
sounds, to only hear nothing. I take out my flashlight and turn it on, illuminating my path ahead. The only things I can see are cobwebs, pipes, and a few bits of trash leading into
There's
into
also
the
a
lonely
movie
the burned flesh. I find a few scattered rats around, dead, and had been fed. Some of their bodies were resting on scalding hot coals, black and charred. The smell was almost enough to vomit. It's Eventually, I break through to a rather large room. After removing cobwebs from the path, I find that inside the room is a golden Freddy Fazbear suit. It had a steady trickle of blood escaping from its mouth, and it looked like the endoskeleton inside of it had completely collapsed in on itself.
Bingo.
The sight made me jump. Why is an animatronic down here? I had never seen this suit, ever. Its design was completely identical to the original Freddy suit, except that the color scheme was gold instead of brown. The suit
Don't forget
also
to
looked
check
much
the
older
display
than
case
all the
behind
others
you.
by quite a few years. The endoskeleton was bulky and gave me a World War II hero vibe. Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria opened shortly after the United States ended the war, and was a place where many returning veterans took their children to once they got back home.
Yes. Hell yeah.
Wondering if it was still active. As I get closer, I feel a sharp pain in my head. It hurt to the point where I actually was forced to back away from it. As I back away, and the next thing I know, I'm lying in a pit of children's dead bodies. Oh my God! I shout as I get up, quickly scrambling to my feet. As I turn to look back at the pit, it was gone. It was hallucinating. I turned to look back at the suit. Foxy told me about you. I remembered now. You're controlling these animatronics. You're the one making them want to kill. It stirs slightly, letting out an unsettling human-like noise. It wants to get to its feet, but very easily collapses before it gets very far. That's why you control them, isn't it? Because you're so broken you can't do things yourself. I say as it slowly raises its head to look up at me, causing blood to pour out of its eyes. Then I see something completely unexpected inside of the suit. There was a body inside. A chill runs down my spine, and my breakfast comes up in the aftershock. I look at the suit one last time and run. I hear the familiar shriek of the animatronics followed by a human shriek, and I can hear the suit successfully get up and begin walking towards me. The sound of bones breaking and blood falling is all I can hear. Luckily, I make it to the back room trapdoor before it catches me. Hopefully, it couldn't fall. Foxy looks around at the damage that was caused by Chico's and Tyler's fight and commends Tyler silently for being able to handle himself. He sees Chico come around the corner and she looks at him, eyes and pure. Little Foxy, release me from the torment. Aye, Foxy says as he flashes his hook. I think 'tis the time for one of the poor children's souls to have a rest. Foxy's eyes fade to black as well, and he lowers his eye patch as he gets ready to fight. Nothing you can do can stop it, pirate. You're a killer just like the rest of us. Accept who you are and join us, she yells. I may have had the instinct within me once, but not
Sweet.
I'm nothing like your murderous band, and I never will be. Fox raises his hook. Now get ready to walk the plank. He yells as he dashes forward, slashing with his hook. Chica sidesteps it and punches him right in the stomach, throwing him back. You're too slow, cripple, she says smugly. Foxy angrily gets up. I'll send you the Davy Jones locker, he yells as he charges her again. I've had enough of ye, enough of all your friends, enough of this here damned hellhole we're stuck in. I've had enough of being alone. He screeches out as his foot claws into her shoulder, ripping out the circuitry, making her left arm go limp. You're always making a fool of yourself, Foxy yells as he begins tearing her arm off. And the kids love you. But when they see old Foxy, all they see is what you did to me. He rips her arm off. Foxy, stop, Chica yells as she raises her right arm and hits him square in the left side of his jaw. Foxy can feel his face collapse.
Hell yeah.
His left eye breaks. I broke you once, and I'll break you again, Chica yells as she reaches for his throat, beginning to crush the circuitry inside. And this time, you'll stay broken, Chica yells as she tightens her grip.
Nice.
Foxy makes a gasping noise, feeling the lack of power to his head. He sticks his hook into a vulnerable spot in her right arm and twists. Her hand lets go and springs upward. Foxy falls forward, landing on his knees, his neck barely able to support the weight of his head and his broken jaw. What did you do to me? Chica yells as she has to struggle to get her arm back into place. Foxy looks up at her, holding his head in place. Oh, just a little trick me first mate taught me while he was repairing me. He lifts his hook to strike her down, and then thoughts filled his mind. She deserves more than just a quick death. Make her suffer. Let her see what it's like to be broken and thrown away forever.
Nice.
Foxy pauses. Get out of me head. You won't control me again. However, the thought had been planted, and in Foxy's rage, he hacks and slashes at Chica, tearing wires and fur to minuscule pieces uncontrollably as he tries to fight off the influence of the Golden One. With one slash of his hook, her head falls off, and the hydraulic fluid and oil that was inside sprays out and coats him. I'm not forgotten, Foxy yells. I'm not trash. I am somebody. He falls to his knees again. People will love me again. People will care. I will be loved again, he says quietly, repeating himself. He begins to get angry. And nothing will stop me. Nothing. Foxy hears a footstep in the corner of the room, quickly turns to see it. His head nearly falls off, and he catches it. It was Tyler. Tyler, you're okay? Foxy says. Relieved, sound black eyes shining. What be the matter? Foxy says as he notices the fear in his face. He looks around himself and sees the various scattered pieces of chicken strewn. Some of the wires he stuck in his broken jaw. He had bit some parts off. You look. I can't. He has stopped believing you. The voice in his head begins again. Teach him what happens when people stop believing in you. No. Me first mate would never stop believing you. He yells as he gets up and grabs me. You wouldn't doubt me, would ye? He says as he raises his eye patch and looks me directly in the eye. Foxy, you're acting weird, I yell, trying to escape his grasp. Let go of me. Of course I believe in you. Just calm down, I yell as I finally break free of his grasp. I then run up and hug him, and he hugs me back. He holds me tight, and I could feel he was relieved. I grab his head and look him in the eye. I would never, ever give up on you. We are friends, and I never leave a friend behind. Foxy's eyes change back to their usual orange, and somewhat of a smile forms on his slightly dislocated jaw. I could imagine that if he could, he would be crying right now. I'd like to touchy reunion, but I have a job to do, a familiar voice says. Both of us turn toward the entrance of the establishment, and we both see the owner. Master, Foxy says. Yes, Foxy, I'm here, he says dully. And it seems you have dismantled your sister, and that just won't do. He walks to the door leading to the back room and opens it, and the golden Freddy suit struggles out of it. You're up too, eh? He says calmly. The suit ignores him. Wait, what the hell? Tyler says. You? The words faded away in the back of his throat. Yes, I created them, brought them to life, true life, he says as he wipes off the golden suit's shoulder of dust. 5 souls entered these suits on my command, and 5 souls gave them the life they needed. But why? Why? He laughs. Isn't it obvious? To kill people. He walks towards the stage. And with Golden Freddy here as the ringleader, I'm never involved and I can kill as I please. The owner raises his hand, and Bonnie and Freddy wake up as well. Bonnie has been repaired. Speaking of souls, I need more. I was hoping to get one from good old Mike Schmidt, but he was too smart for my poor killers in training. I had to fire him. He looks directly at me. But you seem like the perfect candidate. And as he says that, a hook stabs me from behind through my stomach. I look behind myself and see another fox.
What?
Brand new and with a completely different design. And then the moon goes dim. I follow them. Foxy is restrained by Freddy and Bonnie. He tries to claw at his replacement, but it's no use. He cannot reach. Tyler, speak to me. Speak to old Foxy. He can't be dead. You made me a promise. You promised I'd see outside again, Tyler. But his plea fell on deaf ears. Tyler was dead. New Foxy digs his hook out and drags him towards the owner. The owner then walks up to Foxy and turns him off. All you had to do was stay in Pirate's Cove, he says. All. He turns to his animatronics. Let's go. Leave the cripple here. We have a body. They follow him out of the establishment and into a moving truck, leaving Foxy to gather dust. Jessica, finally finding the strength to stand, leaves Pirate's Cove and sees the aftermath of the fight. She turns.
I'm telling you, joining Skinny Malone's crew was the best decision we've ever made. Look at this place.
I still say Malone's weak. He caught that detective snooping around, and what does he do? Locks him up. Like he ain't got the balls to just kill him.
Well, don't let his new girl hear that. She'll start swinging that bat of hers at your face until there ain't no face left.
2:04 a.m. I woke up to a knocking on the door. One knock every 3 seconds. I slipped on my slippers and walked down the stairs. As I walked down...
Damn it, my shoulder!
When I got to the door, the knocking stopped. I looked outside and nobody was there. I went back up to my room and went back to bed. I think it was this kid's prank. At 4:21 a.m., I woke up to the front door slamming shut. I jumped, terrified. I looked over at my frosted window to find "Smile" written all over it in the frost. I grabbed my phone next to me, ready to call 911. Only to find a message written on it saying, "I told you to smile." I cried and ran for my life, running outside. As soon as I got outside, I knocked on my neighbor's house, across the road. They answered me and hugged me while I sobbed. They phoned the police. Exactly 5:42. The police came to my neighbor's house.
Got it.
Extensive search of my house. They told me that there had been no evidence at all of anyone in my house other than me. The messages on the window were gone, same as my phone. They told me to get some sleep, advised me to see a doctor about stress and anxiety problems. I
That's
knew
it.
what happened to me was real. The following evening, after spending the day at my neighbor's, I went home. I went back up to my bedroom and set up a camera. It was aimed at my bedroom door and my bed. I set it to record and went to sleep. Thankfully, I slept through the night. However, as I watched the footage, I couldn't believe what I saw. At 3 in the morning, something crawled out from under my bed. It was completely naked. Naked. Anorexic. Man. He stood up and looked at me from the bed. Did so for another hour, not moving at all. Then he moved. Walked over to the camera until his face took up the whole shot. He was extremely pale and had bulging veins all over his head. His eyes were completely black, with a huge smile across his face. He stared at the camera for another 2 hours, not blinking, just slightly twisting his head every now and again. After 2 hours of him staring past, he walked back over to my bed and crawled back under. I skipped the video forward until it showed me getting up and walking over to the camera. The video finished. I was frozen with fear. The video showed him going back under, but not leaving. Whatever it was.
What the? Hey.
The video finished. It was still there.
There was once a small village, home to several hundred men, women, and children. In many ways, the people of the village were like those of any other. They woke at dawn, cooked breakfast, and finished chores. They went to work, returned for dinner, and retired to bed. The inhabitants of the village were ordinary, similar to everyone else who ever met, save one distinguishing feature. Every single person in the village was terrified, all of them of the same thing. And each night, every last one of them made certain they were in bed, their windows fastened, and their doors locked by 11 o'clock. The reason for their fear? A fieldstone bell tower erected in the center of the village so long ago that no one could recall its construction. Every night, at exactly the 11th hour, the bell inexplicably tolled 11 times straight. Irregularly, regardless of the season or the weather, and legend had it that tragedy began outdoors while it tolled. For this reason, everyone in the village feared the tower. Jacob, haggard and eager to escape the noise and crime of a large nearby city, took up residence in the village with his young wife. Jacob was a within days of his arrival, he intolerant of the village superstitions. Each night, Jacob scoffed at the villagers as they scrambled, like mice pursued by ravenous cats, to the safety of their homes. One night, Jacob decided Suddenly, from atop the bell tower, Jacob's voice sounded. "Look at you," he shouted down.
Gunshot sound effects.
Why don't you get out of here?
All right, you machines. You are not going to intimidate me. Do you hear me? You are not going to intimidate me. You machine.
Miss Moore, please. Oh, Agatha. Bartlett Finchley here. How are you, my dear? Yes, it has been a long time. Too long. Which indeed prompts this call. How about dinner tonight? Oh. I see. Yes, well, of course, it is short notice, but Of course. All right, I'll call you again. Oh, dear. Mrs. Donnelly, please. Oh, Pauline, is this you? How is my favorite attractive young widow? Bartlett. Bartlett Finchley. Yes, I was just wondering if... Oh. I see. Well, I'm delighted. I'm simply delighted. I'll send you a wedding present. Of course. Right.
Come on out.
I promise you, I'll only break one rule.
Exactly like all the rest. A whole existence dedicated to embarrassing me, or irritating me, or making my life miserable. Well, who needs you?
Every second you hide, I just get madder. Fraidy cat. Too scared?
emergency brake was on. Oh, no, it wasn't. Or if it was, it isn't working properly. She rolled down the driveway and right out into the street. You're lucky it didn't hit anyone.
Monster.
Got the keys?
Yes. Oh, they're in the house.
Well, you better pull it back up into the garage. You want to check that?
Damn it, I hate it when they open the door. Why is that thing so loud? Hello? Who? Lights out!
Oh, I'll find you.
Ah, my arm! Ah!
Shit!
You know that cigarettes and cigarette cartons are basically money in this, right? They are.
Why don't you get out of here? Why don't you get out of here? Get out of here, please.
So I got a question. Why the hell would anyone build a vault out of a subway station? This place is like the opposite of airtight.
Because they weren't planning to use it, you moron. We used to pull this kind of gun all the time back before the war. Get a bunch of union boys to work some construction job that would go nowhere. Keep everyone on payroll.
Where'd that come from?
You're both cute.
Everybody out?
Yeah. It's funny, they usually float.
What do you mean, usually?
He was on the bottom, he hadn't come up. He wasn't weighted either, there was nothing to hold him down.
Huh.
His eyes were open, he looked scared, like someone had been chasing him or something. The neighbors said that he'd been shouting and running around last night. I wonder what it was that could have scared him.
Whatever it was, it's a little item he took along with him.
Yeah. Maybe he was drunk. Imagining things.
Maybe.
Could be he had a heart attack or something.
Could be. Could just be.
Yes, it could be. It could just be that Mr. Bartlett Finchley succumbed from a heart attack and a set of delusions. It could just be that he was tormented by an imagination as sharp as his wit and as pointed as his dislikes. But as perceived by those attending, this is one explanation that has left the premises with the deceased. Look for it filed under M for machines in the Twilight Zone.
Rod Serling, the creator of Twilight Zone, will tell you about next week's story after this word from our alternate sponsor. And now, Mr. Serling.
Down this hall is a very strange individual locked in a room. He's known by various names and by various words, and next week on the Twilight Zone you'll be close to the elbow of the people who let him out. Our story is called The Howling Man by Mr. Charles Beaumont. It's designed for the young in heart but the strong in nerve. I hope we'll see you next week along with The Howling Man. Thank you. Good night.
Hey, you! I don't know who you are, but we got 3 minutes before they realize muscles for brains ain't coming back. Get this door open!
Excellent.
Gotta love the irony of the reverse damsel in distress scenario. Question is, why did our heroine risk life and limb for an old private eye?
That's the signpost up ahead. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
I need you to find someone, but it's complicated. I don't exactly know where they could be or how long they've been gone.
Well, I've done jobs with less. Somehow nice and simple never makes it onto the menu in my world. I've been cooped up in here for weeks. Turns out the runaway daughter I came here to find wasn't kidnapped. Skinny Malone's new flame. And she's got a mean streak. Anyway, you got troubles, and I'm glad to help. But now ain't the...
I was on a walking trip through Central Europe. But one night.
Malone's crew here used to be small time. Muscled out of the old neighborhood by bigger players. So they found this place. Don't know what happened to the previous owners, but they're not exactly around to charge rent. Empty vault. Perfect hideout.
Hold up. I hear some of them coming. There they are. How do you want to play this?
Job is to check on the prisoner. Why does that take so fucking long, huh? Hey, Dino, quit razzing that detective and get down here. Where the heck is he?
No, you don't understand. I've lost.
bothering anybody now.
Jerome will see you now.
Hard and loud, huh? Well, it gets the job done. Too bad for whoever cleans up before us. This door's on the fritz. Let me see if I can get it open.
No way to pick this.
Almost got it. There we are. Hell of a lot easier to do when the lock isn't on the other side.
Why have you come here? My name's Lieutenant. I'm on
Wait,
walking.
the hell?
Been waiting all day for this!
Place looks clear.
Oh, I saw something.
I saw light. What do you want from us?
Dead.
And Valentine are both dead!
Anyone you walk away from.
You will have to leave. Now, Mr. Ellington. Now.
There you go.
Clean house.
You're missing all kinds of junk stuff.
The prostrate form of Mr. David Ellington, scholar, seeker of truth, and regrettably finder of truth. A man who was driven to rise from his exhaustion to confront a problem that has tormented mankind since the beginning of
More
time.
stairs?
A man who knocked on
Who
a
built
door
this
seeking
damn
sanctuary.
vault? A fitness
and found
instructor?
instead, the outer edges of the Twilight Zone.
So long,
Skinny Malone and the rest of his boys are waiting for us somewhere. The name's, ironic, but don't let that fool you. He's dangerous.
Only opens
Another
with a
locked
key.
door. Shouldn't be too hard.
In the name of mercy, help me. You're not one of them.
Okay, I got it. But I hear big fat foot. Footsteps on the other side.
Oh god. Hello, Raiders. That is a lot of Raiders.
Your timing sucks.
And you can go for another hour. At least.
True.
Woof woofity woof woof.
Hello?
Wolves.
Jesus, so many people.
Yep.
Petting is allowed, of course. So the boy ignores me for weeks and now raids me. Wow.
Once we step through this door, get ready for anything.
Give it the dance.
They're mad, Mr. Ellington. All of them. Raving mad. Listen. I was in the village in Swartop. I was walking in the street with my woman. We paused to rest by a tree.
Nicky, what are you doing? You come into my house, shoot up my guys? You have any idea how much this is gonna save me?
For Skinny Malone. He's lighter or heavier with all those holes in him? Well, the bullets probably add a few ounces. Good night, sweet prince. Here's to all the old days.
He took his fury out on me.
It's going to be an awkward conversation with Darla's parents when I tell them their daughter bit the big one. Well, at least the case is closed. Let's get out of here. There's a service ladder that should take us right to the surface.
The madness of a religious zealot. Not a religious order, Mr. Ellington. These so-called brothers of truth, they're outcasts, misfits, cut off from the world because the world won't have them.
I also need to steal more of Real's voice. Only have 6 so far.
Boy! Boy!
You must believe me. I don't say they're evil. I say they're mad. Where are you going?
I'll speak to Jerome.
No! He's the greatest maniac of them all.
Then how can I help you?
Mr. Ellington, I did not know that you were well enough to walk. Come with me, please.
I must talk with you.
This way. I must ask you to leave the Hermitage, Mr. Ellington. We have no facilities for the care of the ill. Arrangements can be made at Swartop.
Just a minute.
No, not a minute, not another second, Mr. Ellington.
What are we eating?
I've already explained that.
No, you've explained nothing. No one asked me to come here, I realize that. That's no excuse for your behavior.
Ah, look at that Commonwealth sky.
Never thought anything so naturally ominous could end up looking so inviting. Thanks for getting me out. How did you know where to find me, anyway? Not many people knew where I went.
Your secretary, Ellie. She sent me.
She did? I should give her a raise. Now, you mentioned something about a missing person. No trace of where they've gone. I want you to come to my office in Diamond City. Give me all the details. Besides, I think you've earned a chance to sit down and clear your head.
I'll meet you there.
See you in Diamond City.
No man has ever been imprisoned in a hermitage, Mr. Ellington.
Squishy.
Almost forgots.
Yeah, gotta give this shout out.
Oh yeah, the bot thingy that does the stuffs is a bit iffy. Tends to break.
Mostly if it's spammed. Yes. Yeet the irradiated bugs.
Come on it.
I was just talking.
You have been very ill, Mr. Ellington. You've suffered delirium.
Don't tell me you didn't hear that. Honest men make unconvincing liars.
Nothing there now.
I'll find out eventually, you know.
What do you mean?
Just what I said. And the police will be very interested to learn that you people are keeping a man in prison.
I tell you, there is no man.
Forget it.
Mr. Ellington.
Yes.
Would you really go to the police?
Would you?
Very well. I've told you the truth, but only a part of it. Now I see I shall have to tell you the whole truth.
Oh no. It is broken.
Shut the door, Mr. Ellington.
Oh, wow. You're tall.
Yay!
Wow. She'd be balked.
As I have heard it every hour of every day for 5 years.
Why did you lie?
I didn't.
About it, we thought you might be able to help us. But I don't. When the first space rocket lands on Mars, what will we find?
Approach a bull from the front, a horse from the rear, or a fool from any direction.
Ellie? Are you here?
Nick? Oh God, it's really you.
Well, it's hard to mistake this mug for anyone else.
You keep laughing at death. Someday, death's gonna laugh back.
Not as long as I got a few friends to back me up.
You saved Nick, this agency, and my job. Thank you.
Happy to do it.
Yeah? Go diving into scary pre-war ruins all the time then, do ya? Here. I know an amount wasn't on the table when you went out to find him, but you deserve a reward. Plus a little something extra. You know, if you're looking for work and don't mind putting on the detective hat, Nick sure could use a new partner.
Whoa. One case at a time, Ellie. Our new friend needs our help first. All right, let's get down to business. Take a seat. Make yourself comfortable. When you're trying to find someone who's gone missing, the devil is in the details. Tell me everything you can, no matter how painful it might be.
We were in a vault when it happened. Vault 111. It was some kind of cryo facility.
You were on ice, huh? More importantly, you were underground, sealed up. It's a lot of obstacles to get through just to take one person. What else can you tell me?
There was a man and a woman. They didn't say much, but I remember they called me the backup.
So we're talking a small team. Professionals. The kind that know to keep their lips tight when they're on the job. Not sure what the backup means, though. Anything else you remember?
We're looking for my baby, Sean. He's less than a year old. Why would anyone take him?
Good question. Why your family in particular? Why an infant? Someone would be taking on all of his care, and a baby needs a lot of it. Well, that confirms it. This isn't a random kidnapping. Whoever took your kid had an agenda. There's a lot of groups in the Commonwealth that take people. Raiders, super mutants, the Gunners, and of course there's the Institute.
So, you think this institute is responsible?
Well, they're the boogeymen of the Commonwealth. Something goes wrong, everyone blames them. Easy to see why. Those early model synths of theirs strip whole towns for parts, killing everything in their way. Then you got the newer models, good as human, that infiltrate cities and pull strings from the shadows. Worst of all, no one knows why they do it, what their plan is, or where they are. Not even me. And I'm a synth myself. The discarded prototype, anyway.
Either way, I need to find Sean.
You're right. The speculation is getting us off track. Let's focus on what you saw. What did these kidnappers look like?
One of them came right up to me. Bald head, scar across his left eye.
Wait. It couldn't be. You didn't hear the name Kellogg at all, did you?
No. They never said their names.
It's way too big of a coincidence. Ellie, what notes do we have about the Kellogg case?
The description matches. Bald head, scar, reputation for dangerous mercenary work, but no one knows who his employer is.
And he bought a house here in town, right? And he had a kid with him, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. The house in the abandoned West Stands. The boy with him was around 10 years old.
Maybe it's another kidnapped kid.
Yeah, either that or he's got a son of his own. Not a comforting thought in any case. Both of them vanished a while ago. Haven't been heard or seen since. Let's you and I take a walk over to Kellogg's last known address. See if we can snoop out where he went.
Security doesn't really go to that part of town, but you two should still be careful.
I always am.
You've really gone through a lot, haven't you? Hope you and Nick...
I didn't want Ellie to hear this, but I think you should know. Everything I dug up about Kellogg before his disappearance...
I'm not supposed to talk to people I don't know.
He's more than just a mercenary. He's a professional. Quick, clean, thorough. Has no enemies, because they're all dead. Except you. 9 to 1 odds says he's our man. It's more than just you identifying his distinguishing features. The M.O. is all him as well. Leading a small team to kidnap a baby and leaving one of the parents alive for later? Not many mercs in the Commonwealth can pull that off.
She wanted blood. Found myself wanting it too after what they'd done to her and her family. We both decided to infiltrate their gang together. Make each
Here we are.
one of those.
Keep an eye out, will you? See if I can get this
disguised
open.
ourselves with the uniforms of the two I cut down with my sniper rifle months ago. After hiding the bodies, we set the entire camp on fire. To be continued.
Got it.
Let's take a look around. Kellogg must have left something behind. Place seems small to you? Figured a guy like Kellogg would think big. Well, that's one way to hide a room. Look at this. All of a merc's favorite things.
Gwinnett's stout beer, 44 caliber bullets, cigars, San Francisco sunlights. That's it.
Interesting brand. Won't lead us anywhere on its own, though.
Any suggestions, Nick?
What about dog meat? Commonwealth mutt like him can track a man's scent for miles. Why don't you go fetch him and let him have a whiff? See if he picks up the trail. Before you head out, I know this is personal business. If you have to face Kellogg on your own, just say so.
Any words of wisdom?
If Kellogg really is the one who kidnapped your son, then he's dangerous. But so are you. You don't need to be afraid of him or anything else the Commonwealth throws at you.
I want you with me on this, Nick.
All right. let's get that bastard. This is your show from here on out, okay? You say jump, I'll say how high.
When they'd show up, we'd run down the hill and claim to be from a camp someone also torched up the northern region. And we're following a trail in pursuit of the pyromaniac who just torched our camps.
Did he say thou wrong on purpose?
Perhaps.
The next thing we did, I still can't believe. Make ourselves appear legitimate. We both decided to shoot each other in non-lethal areas to appear as battle-wounded in pursuit of the enemy. That's it for now. To be continued after
Dog
this
meat.
next song, folks.
Get the scent, boy. Get Kellogg, boy. Take me to that son of a bitch.
Head on inside.
Well, back to my story once again, amigos.
Make a move and I'll end you, Wastelander.
There we were.
Stick to the roads, and you got a better chance of
traveled to another
surviving.
boomer camp, and where the leaders of the power gangers and the boomers were meeting in order to call a truce with each other. This was bad. Very bad. If those two forces joined each other, it would be one hell of a force to be reckoned with. Mojave Wasteland would be an even more dangerous place than it already was to begin with. We couldn't let this happen. We devised a plan to make it look like an assassination attempt on the powder gangers' leader.
Kellogg must have stopped.
Sorry to do this again, but
Search
to be
around, see if we
continued.
can pick up the trail.
San Francisco
Dog
Sunlights.
meat pick up the scent
Kellogg's
again?
preferred brand, all right. What do you think, boy? Enough to go on?
We'll be taking that.
Took out the targeting computer with one bullet. This guy's a crack shot. Torn up by his own turret. Bloody bandages.
I'm telling you,
Dog meat can
that
track
nose
this.
is second to none.
Okay, boy. Let's track him. Looks like this one thought he'd get away. No.
Don't even break a sweat. Not that it's an option.
We remote rigged my sniper rifle on the roof of a nearby hill. I could aim and fire the rifle straight from my pit boy on my arm. Once the leaders of both sides were on the stage,
Funeral.
flew off the kneecap of the power gangers.
Getting
Powder gangers killing boomers. Luckily, we snuck out the back even before I took the shot. As we were escaping the area, we felt a tremble in the ground. It would appear that the boomers were digging out an old coal mine. The ground continued to shake as we ran into the sunset, when boom! The ground must have formed an explosive rocket that completely went up in flames once the powder gangers and boomers were firing everything they had at each other. We both flew into the air from the intense underground explosion beneath our feet. I was completely knocked out. When I woke, it was dark outside. Once I opened my eyes, I could see my NCR captain and his first mate looking downward on me. I stood up and I was completely drenched in dust.
Dog meat's found something. You know the drill.
The captain patted me on the back and a huge dust cloud made all of us cough. Captain said, "Looks like this here dusty dude went above and beyond the call of duty. You were supposed to gather intelligence, not annihilate them and the powder gangers." I smiled and looked at him straight in the eye and said, "They didn't have that much intelligence to gather, so I gathered this here dust too." Well, folks, I reckon that's how I got the name Dusty Dude.
Nobody's used this recently. Gwinnett Stout. One of his creature comforts.
I'm telling you, that nose is second to none.
Okay, boy. Let's track him.
want it going to waste now, would we?
Shouldn't take long.
Ran into a strange mutated bear in the woods behind my home. Careful out there, folks. I'm talking careful. Careful like a naked man through a barbed wire fence.
Oh!
Adorable.
Fuck you.
Tracking known mercenary. Exercise extreme.
Bodyguard robots didn't fare too well.
All of a party happened here.
What have we here?
Error. System corrupt. I can't feel my legs.
What happened here?
Error. Operator deceased. Threat level Omega. He killed us.
We're still on track. Hopefully he's not much further.
Another one of his stogies.
Fire till you see the whites of their... Don't fire till you see the whites of their eyes shock.
Remember, keep your eyes open. We're getting close. I can feel it. Look around.
What do you think, boy? Huh? Is this our man?
I am back. Serb, you're cute. Kitty, you're cute.
Fuck you.
Is this the place? Huh? Is he in here, boy?
I knew dog meat would sniff our man out. Let's you and I take it from here. Give our four-legged friend a break.
Thank you for tuning in to Tumbleweed Tunes. I'm your Moon Ranger,
Nothing.
Dusty Dude, and I play the best guitar this side of Boston. I've got about 20 different guitars I use on the air. Sometimes what you're hearing is pre-recorded due to me not being able to broadcast live 24/7. You have other hobbies, you know. Well, back to the tunes.
Hey, toss anything you can't haul my way.
Hey,
I'm listening.
over here.
Count on it.
Move here.
Done and done.
Nick,
Go ahead.
your thoughts?
Dog meat did a heck of a job. Kellogg's in there. Somewhere.
That was all I had.
Well, all right.
Movement detected.
Hostile sensor reading detected. Is someone present?
Hello.
Overactive sensors. Nothing more. Odd. My scanners must be malfunctioning.
Yes.
Combat initiated.
Your last stand.
Initiate directive Sigma Omicron. Protect Kellogg. Kellogg will not be free.
Kellogg has ordered your termination.
Did good.
Intruder in 4 packets. Eliminating hostiles.
while these next pre-recorded songs play.
Nice.
And don't you worry. I'm not falling asleep. Just resting my eyes. I'll have plenty of time to sleep when I'm dead.
Destroy intruder. Copenhagen is under institute authority. Terminating intruder.
You want me to take a look at that terminal? You just say the word. Only that away.
Nice.
Powering up. Protectron on duty.
Think they're gone for good?
Kellogg's. Secure facility. Infiltrated. Termination required.
Just when I thought we were getting along.
B0NGO_V1 said wow, is that the big iron? Also woof
Someone's
woof.
coming.
Woof woof.
Woof woofity woof woof.
Adorable.
Fuck you.
Kellogg. Thank you for defending tumbleweed too.
Report this assault directly to Kellogg.
I'll be doing the world a service. You're in for it now.
sweet.
You do that a little too well. Sure made a mess of this place, didn't they?
Protect the game reserve.
They're here somewhere.
Dreadking 986 said I am back home now and am currently debating a solid woofin or an abnormal floofy. Time.
This is Dusty Dude, and I wanted to thank you for listening to Tumbleweed Tunes. Much obliged.
I'm in. Sweet.
One of my best words of wisdom comes from a fella named Mr. Wayne. Life is hard, but it's even harder if you're stupid.
I'm Goo, how are you?
Squish, 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 squish.
Merc cigars.
Detected, possibly.
Something out there.
Stealth capabilities. Fascinating. They were wise, truthfully.
This is one grim locale. Try not to sever anything you might miss.
Mirror cakes. You can hold your breath underwater for long periods of time. I never did try this. One of these days I shall give it a go. I reckon it's the condensed
Hostile sensor
oxygen
reading
cells
detected.
inside the mirror creatures. Allows them to live underwater for so long. Guess we can benefit from digesting these monsters.
I was in error. No enemy detected. Is someone present? I knew you would be.
Now, if it isn't my old friend, the frozen TV dinner. Last time we were cozying up to the peas and apple cobbler. Sorry your house has been a wreck for 200 years, but I don't need a roommate. Leave. Never expected you to come knocking on my door. Gave you 50-50 odds of making it to Diamond City. After that, figured the Commonwealth would chew you up like jerky.
Maybe
Don't underestimate us again.
Look, you're pissed off, I get it, I do. But whatever you hope to accomplish in here, it's not gonna go your way.
Nice.
This is Dusty Dude. I wanted to thank you for listening.
Won't be bothering anybody now. There. Got him.
Bingo.
Is someone present?
Engaging
Playing hide and seek.
You got guts and determination. It's admirable. But you are in over your head in ways you can't possibly comprehend.
That's one way to get them.
It's not too late. Stop. Turn around and leave. You have that option. Not a lot of people can say that.
Nice.
Not enough folks value keeping the old CPU sharp anymore.
one goes out to a sweet cowgirl who makes the best soup in Boston. Much obliged, Agatha. You're one cool gal. Keep on playing that fiddle.
Yes.
Okay, you made it. I'm just up ahead. My sins are standing down. Let's talk.
And there she is. The most resilient woman in the Commonwealth. Let's, talk.
Enough! Just... Where is my baby?
Lady, I'm just a puppet like you. My stage is a little bigger, that's all. Sean's a good kid. So maybe he's not quite a baby anymore, but he's doing great. Only, he's not here. He's with the people pulling the strings.
Then you're gonna take me to him. Right now.
Take you to him. Like I could, even if I wanted to. Don't you get it? Your son, he's in a place nobody can reach. Sean's safe, at home. In the Institute.
The Institute? Well, I'll find him no matter where he is. Nothing will stop me.
God, you're persistent. I give you credit. It's the way a parent should act. The way I'd be acting if I were in your place, I like to think. Even if it is useless. But I think we've been talking long enough. We both know how this has to end. So, you ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
Lights out for you. Yeah, not bad. That it?
Even break a sweat. Not that it's a good job. That bastard won't be hurting anyone else. We should take a look around, get all the intel this place can hide.
All this tech. You were barely human. Hey.
Go ahead.
Excellent.
Tell you what, folks, I love to gain new wisdom about Boston. such an interesting place compared to the Mojave wasteland. I love to learn, but I live for wisdom. Knowledge comes from learning. Wisdom comes from living.
Hey, Valentine.
So, Kellogg wasn't giving us any bull. Your son really is on the inside. Even I don't know where the Institute is. And they built me.
There has to be a way, Nick.
We're in the weeds here. Time to take a step back. Bring in some fresh eyes. Only person I know willing to snoop up the Institute's tail feathers is Piper, the reporter in Diamond City. I say we head her way. Talk this through.
Diamond City it is.
Hey, chin up. I know the night just got darker, but it won't last forever.
Yum, yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum. Are we writing that?
Good question. Maybe just Asra. Ye.
Squish.
Or anyone else has a good raid victim.
Adorables. Fuck you. Later.
You are adorable, Serby, and I do have a suggestion.
Sniff.
Let me just send you the spelling of their name.
Ye. She's huge.
Huge? Wait, they're huge?
She has 17K.
Oh, it said 8 a minute ago. Let me go find someone else then.
At least someone below the 1K.
Oh, I see. Followers. Um, how about this one?
Slushy is huge as well.
I didn't send Slushy.
Wanna support the Snowl Swimmers too.
How about Liz Snow?
That's a good one. Okay then, I'll be ending it here for today. Thank you all for watching. We'll be raiding the adorable Lee's SNOW. Snow.